to live in a different world.
A very unstable situation on the ground that is unfolding very quickly.
Move toward more ideas that will actually help bring this thing to an end.
Situation on the ground that is unfolding very quickly.
Had to get properly dripped out, you feel me? Hope I don't break this hat, but... What up, Cool John? What up, y'all? I don't know why this doesn't taste how I think it should taste, so we're gonna move right on. Magic City, what up? Cool John, what up? Kuma, what up? Big Richie, what up? Everybody, what up? Let's do it to it.
We are going to have to
Some
act
dumb, what up?
if we want to live in a different world.
I did not know you. I had a solid guess with Ransom.
There is a very unstable situation on the ground that is unfolding very quickly.
Move toward more ideas that will actually help bring this thing to an end.
Felix Penny, thank you for the follow. I'm just doing something for YouTube. This is not a new beat that I made, no. This is from Command and Conquer. It's an oldie but goldie. However, it's funny that you asked that because this is on my list. I'm down to do more movie nights. Do an EP. I'm for it. I'll shoot her some stems. Damn, UD just went live too. That's crazy. Famous Horse just went live.
There is a very unstable situation on the ground that is unfolding very quickly.
She's done with my procrastinating. Oh, never mind. It's not that they just went live. It's just that I just opened chat. All right, that was the loop. Let me get to what we're getting into. First off, oh my god. Chill Furry Gamer. Hey, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate you. I hope you enjoy the time you spend here. What is this, dude? All right, I'm just gonna go with NPR because I had something that I was looking at like 1:30 today when I did my first stream that I was gonna save until today. But am I trans? No, I'm not. I am not. I am cis. Nah, you're fine. What up, Charles the Cool Gamer? Your belly hurts? I'm sorry to hear that. I just look trans. Man or woman. I'm a man. It's fine. What are my pronouns? He, him, his, or they, them, theirs. Really, any and all pronouns are fine. Sorry, I'm being a bad streamer and texting some people I need to talk to really quick. What up, Magic Cat? What exactly does trans look like? I was gonna ask, but I didn't think it was worth it. I'm worse than trans. I'm a nerd. This chat is trans friendly, yes. Been an easy 45 minutes? Yeah, that's why I did it. Magic Cat, before you get upset, and before you go, understand that that profile is less than an hour old. What up, Frackle? Lift my shirt and prove it. You love my hat? Thank you. My shirt's pretty fucking dope, too. I'm not going to lift my shirt, but I will show it to you all. For those of you who don't understand or know, I do print these as well. These little ballots. I print them. If you'd like an egg of the king, I can send you one. To see if I have top surgery. You banned that person, but let me make sure they weren't like weird, like memeing. Squishy Jibs, what up? Is it an anal bead? I could make anal beads in the shape of that stuff. Jesus, Brigade in Christ. Hang on. Check Genogs really quick, Big Richie Lizzie. So sad that people have no idea about guts. Yeah. Fuck anyone who was just fucking with me. Yeah, of course. You got titties because you don't work out and you're fat, but you're still a man. I mean, I got titties too. I'm also still a man. You be protective of me. Yeah, that's a thing. So let's look at this. So in Iran, we got this situation. Ellie Fry Comrade, she said, as the trans representative, her only problem with me is my anime takes. I don't think you're the only trans person in here, though. You might be for the time being. But I be having, my community is diverse. I be having trans people, black people, fucking non-binary people, agender people, asexual people. I fuck with the whole fucking rainbow. But anyway, while we have this weird ass boost in viewers and these brigading motherfuckers in chat, work your soft power, I feel it. Yeah, Felix, I just vibe in here. People fuck with it or not, and I will go out of my way to make sure that people feel comfortable and are safe in here. This is my platform. There's new people. Nah, you can. You don't have to delete that one. Some dumb is cool, Big Richie. But anyway, what up, Pyro? Let me also open up Discord so I can jump into chat. But before I do, because I'm getting a little distracted now, so let me just introduce myself. I'm Endless Cemetery. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I am a air quotes leftist streamer, which means absolutely nothing. So what I tell you that actually does mean something is that I am an anarchist in principle. I am an abolitionist. I believe in gender, prison, military, industrial complex, police abolition, all types of unjust hierarchy and shitty hegemony. I believe should be gonzo, not reformed, not defunded, abolished. I talk a lot about that and a lot of world issues sometimes, not really, but sometimes, tonight being one of those nights, just because I feel like this sort of thing is culturally relevant. But I also play video games. I play Mortal Kombat 11. I'm one of the best Jax players on planet Earth, and I say that with confidence, and I got receipts. I'll say it and I'll stand on it. And barring that, if you would like to challenge me in some Mortal Kombat 11, I'm always open to games. So that's me, that's my intro, that's who I am. Black anarchist, anarcho-communist with anarchata tendencies. My purpose here is to protect and uplift marginalized people, especially black people. This space is a safe space for black liberation, black revolutionary thought. Sorry, I'm like burping. But yeah, my place, this platform is supposed to be a safe space for black revolutionary thought, in case that was up for debate or, in question. And I'm going to get back to reading this news after I bust out this loop for y'all. Some dumb is kind of cool, huh? Oh, mod view fuck up on your part? Right on. I know, Ellie. I fuck with you. I give too much time to y'all. Alright, let's do the tried and true, the oldie but goldie. Perfect dark. Turn it down just a bit. So it's a half volume. Actually, we'll do just a little bit more. So my voice is always a little bit louder. Yeah, I didn't mean to leave you on the porch, however long ago that was. Sorry. Anyway, let's So why Iranian women are burning their hijabs after the death of Mahsa Amini. Iranian women are burning their hijabs and cutting their hair short in protests over the death of Mahsa Amini, a young woman who died after being arrested in Tehran by Iran's notorious morality police who enforce the country's rules on hijabs and other conservative Islamic modes of dress and behavior. Here's what we know so far about Amini's death and the public fear it ignited and the questions that remain. So I guess trigger warning or content warning for, misogyny. This woman died in police custody, so all of you according warnings for that as well. Amini was arrested for allegedly breaking hijab rules. Amini, 22, died on Friday in northern Tehran. She'd been arrested on Tuesday and reportedly was taken to a hospital shortly afterward. Amini suffered multiple blows to the head before she died, according to London-based broadcaster Iran International. Amini was arrested in her brother's car during a visit to see family members in the capital, the outlet reported. She was originally from Saqqez in Kurdistan province. And it's at this point, also because I just saw what Magic City Murals posted, this is an ACAB stream, and we are reading this with an ACAB lens. Not an Islamophobic lens, but an ACAB lens. The reason why she was killed is because of draconian police. She was not killed because of the Islam religion, right? She was not killed because Muslims are inherently violent or barbaric people. We don't tolerate any of that Islamophobia or any of that goofy, xenophobic, fucking white supremacist bullshit on this platform. We do, however, hate cops deeply and thoroughly. So, her father says she was beaten to death in custody. Amini's family say officers beat her in the police van after her arrest, citing eyewitnesses who support that claim. Police reject the allegations because of course they would, saying Amini died after being taken to a hospital because she had a heart attack, of course. Senior officials who are promising a full investigation include President Ibrahim Raisi, who called Amini's family on Sunday to reassure them her death would be investigated. Your daughter is like my own daughter, and I feel that this incident happened to one of my loved ones, he said. That is PR. Iran's Chief Justice, Mohseni Ejei, has also promised a full investigation. The United Nations called for an impartial inquiry into Amini's death. Mahsa Amini's tragic death and allegations of torture and ill treatment must be promptly, impartially, and effectively investigated by an independent, competent authority that ensures, in particular, that her family has access to justice and truth. Acting UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Nada al-Nashif said in a statement. Now, not to be the what about guy or do what aboutism, because I hate that guy, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out the fact that the UN literally got involved here. But to my knowledge, I don't recall any instance in which a black person who was killed in police custody was sensationalized enough for the UN to step in and demand an impartial inquiry. Kind of makes you think, don't it? Laws that require women in Iran to cover their heads in public remain of concern, the UN said, adding that morality police have recently stepped up street patrols. Now, I'm actually really glad we're talking about this, and this specifically, because it's going to segue fantastically into the next thing that I want to talk about. This is going to segue fantastically into the conversation about the 15 points of white supremacy culture. Now, the reason I say that is because we have the morality police, right? Air quotes, morality police, but not even really air quotes, because that's literally what they're doing. They're enforcing morality on people. The police, and to a certain extent, like HOAs and fucking loan officers and those types of things, they operate in the same capacity. They just don't put a title on it, right? They don't call themselves the white supremacy police, but we'll get there. Reading Lolita in Tehran by Azar Nafisi, especially if you want a woman's take on the Iranian Revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini, hijabs, etc. Thank you, I appreciate that. I kind of talked about Ayatollah Khomeini very, very, very briefly because I don't know a whole lot of shit about that. But when we were talking about Salman Rushdie, it came up just because, Ayatollah Khomeini put the fucking fatwa on him. Anyway. A photo of Amini lying comatose in a hospital is at the heart of a rallying cry for Iranians who want more freedoms and rights for women. Just comply. They were just following protocol. Yeah, exactly. What up, anal? What up, foreignal? Some weirdo in my whispers. The government has pointed to its own images to prove Amini wasn't beaten in custody, which, of course. Shortly after her death, Iranian police released surveillance camera footage of part of her arrest. The video shows the woman suddenly collapsing on a chair while she was talking by a female police in the police station, according to state-run IRNA news agency. Wow. So they really tried to say she died of a heart attack and doctored up footage for it. What up, Cagnadian? Impartial pretty much equals partial against adversarial nations to America and not genuine concern for a legitimate problem like this? Exactly. Social media has been buzzing with the unrest. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Iran's George Floyd moment, British Iranian actor Omid Jalili said in a video posted online, drawing a parallel between demonstrators who want change in Iran and Americans who called for police reforms after Floyd's death in custody. And even on NPR, we have to whitewash the calls that we are making in 2020 because I don't know what y'all were doing. I wasn't talking about reforming the police. I wasn't talking about defunding the police. I was talking about abolishing the police. It's Ends Day. I gotta make that into a thing. That's gotta be a thing now. Ends Day. The fatwa? Oh, right on. Social media has been buzzing with the unrest. On Wednesday morning, top hashtags in Iran included posts about police responses to ongoing protests over Amini's death, and another that essentially states, "No to the Islamic Republic." Sheesh. But backers of the establishment have been blasting out their own hashtag, My Iran, featuring patriotic images and photos of authority figures. The messages highlight how much the current dispute is part of a bigger fight over a country's national identity, culture. They're fighting over control of the common culture. Thanks for the like, Sam. Let me go ahead and turn alerts back on really quick. The first time I heard BLM existed was abolish the police, and that was the thing everybody said, and then that just stopped. Yeah, because the Democrats got involved. They fucking started turning the ratchet. A bunch of Democrats in 2020 and 2021 ran, if not on the ticket of abolishing the police, but police reform, and then spun right on their heels and did absolutely fucking none of that once they got in there. Case in point, Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore, is just giving the police fistfuls of cash when he knows, because he was here for Freddie Gray. He was front and center for Freddie Gray as one of the community leaders. So he knows that he was being depended upon to, at the very least, make it look like the problem was being addressed or fixed somehow. But the fact of the matter is, as Frackle knows, as a lot of us know, there is no abolishing the police without abolishing the United States government. It can't happen. Those two entities are one and the same. So women are burning their hijabs in protest. What's my opinion on D-Rays and Sean Kings of the world? So D-Ray Davis, I actually have a decent amount of respect for D-Ray Davis because of the work that he did. Not D-Ray Davis. Fuck. Who am I? Why the fuck did I think of D-Ray Davis? Hang on. Because I mixed D-Ray and Keith Davis. D-Ray McKesson. The work that he did with the Free Keith Davis Jr. campaign is respectable and commendable. And I'm not sure if it was his doing or if he just promoted it or whatever, but the Free Keith Davis Jr. website, here, I'll show it to you guys really quick. I'll do it over here though, because I don't want y'all to see what fucking porn I'll be looking at in the drop down. Low key, high key. I don't use incognito tabs. I'm a savage like that. So, why the fuck? There we go. So this is freekeithdavisjr.com. Or excuse me, it's KeithDavisJr.com, KeithDavisJr.com, FreeKeithDavisJr.com. D. Ray McKesson was involved in at least promoting this. The only reason I know this website exists is because of D. Ray McKesson. Right? So, people like, okay. Let's go ahead and, before we know what's about to happens, what do you want, Trump won? Never mind, there he goes. So anyway, so this is it. People like Sean King, I truly don't have an opinion about. Like, those people suck and don't contribute to me any. I've never been banned by everyone. That man is banned everywhere. That man was banned in 23 fucking channels. Anyway. Try again. Go ahead and make yourself a new account. I would ask where all these weirdos came from, but I have a pretty fucking good idea. A pretty good idea. Anyway. Anyway. So, Trump won rigged election. What a fucking dumbass. So, that took me off my game. I have issues with people who are very obviously professional activists, LinkedIn activists, people whose advocacy can't happen if it's not in front of a camera or on front page news. This is why I already fucked with James from the internet pretty heavy, but he earned an immense amount of respect from me because he was actually here during Freddie Gray and said he was reporting on that. And Tim Pool got him and all of his people arrested because Tim Pool's a fucking idiot. He's not even from Maryland, not even from Baltimore. He's barely from fucking Maryland. He just hangs out in fucking Bethesda, complaining about how women don't want to fuck him because they don't like bald dudes. So bored. Performative activism, yes, which goes into the people on this platform. We're not going to name names, but people on this platform who genuinely believe that arguing with Nazis is activism, or at the very least is comparative to the work that we'll say, Daryl Davis, right? That sitting on here and arguing back and forth with a fucking groiper is remotely the same as actually putting yourself in danger to enter space and speak with Klansmen and neo-Nazis, which in and of itself is low-key, high-key performative, but we're not going to talk about that. That's a conversation for a different time. We've already had that conversation here multiple times in the aftermath of conversations I've had with other stupid streamers who, let's not get it twisted, the reason why they want to do that is not because they see it as activism, right? And that's not why they get upset when we call it performative. The reason why they want to do that shit is because the only thing that they have to offer, content-wise, that's the only well that they have to draw from, and it's drying up, right? If Twitch TOS eliminated all these like groipers and turfs and fucking, trad cons and all that shit, if they all got eliminated off the platform tomorrow and all had to move to Cozy, a lot of these streamers you would see on fucking Comfy and Cozy and shit within 12 hours, if they even had an audience left, because their content would evaporate overnight, because it's all they got. They don't want the Nazis to go anywhere because those are the only people they have to talk to. Liberals don't want to talk to them. Leftists don't want to talk to them. Minorities don't want to talk to them. The only people they have to talk to is neo-Nazis and pretend like they're winning people over from their audiences. Comfy and Cozy are other streaming services, yes. Cozy is Nick Fuentes' streaming platform, where Destiny is currently streaming, because Destiny, we're not going to say, the less said on him, the better. And Comfy is Big Papa Fascist's platform, where Sansol likes to stream because he can say the N-word there without consequence. Because we all know how much Sansol likes to say the N-word. Who are the groipers on Twitch? I couldn't tell you. To be perfectly honest with you. The only people that I've had encounters with that I can tell you definitively are fascist pieces of shit are people involved with the Crucible, people involved with the Killstream. So politically provoked people like PP Brit, Big Papa Fascists should be fairly obvious. Motherfuckers from those communities, people from like Stardust's community, people from Sansol's community, Sansol literally has Samantha fucking Banana on like her 8th Banavade account modding his Twitch channel. And she also mods his Discord server. She mods Wick's Discord server. These are all people that you cannot trust for any reason because they will tell you point blank. If platforming Nazis gets them clicks, they'll do it. If it's a Nazi platform, you doubt it's comfy or cozy, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, we'll get to all this. I'm getting distracted. Let me talk about this Iran stuff first. Then we'll segue into the conversation about white supremacy culture. And then we can talk about how these other streamers are like a fucking textbook. So anyway, video shared by BBC lead presenter Rana Raimpour shows women standing on top of burning police cars. Let's do it. They're getting busy over there. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Over there putting in work. Burning police cars are my favorite kind. They're the best kind. They're the best kind. One question is whether this will stay as a hijab protest or mushroom into a larger anti-government movement. NPR's Peter Kenyon said on Tuesday. And I have absolutely no doubts that there's already fucking astroturfed ass like CIA agents over there burning hijabs and being like, hey, why don't we fucking, you know what I mean? Like, that's a given at this point. At least 7 people are reported to have been killed since the protests began throughout Iran, the BBC reported. Amini is the latest symbol of the oppression of Iranian women. Always trying to take advantage of the situation, yep. In 2019, an Iranian woman named Sahar Kodayari dressed up as a man to sneak into a stadium and watch a men's soccer match. When the 29-year-old was arrested by police and learned she could spend 6 months in jail, Kodayari set herself on fire in protest and died. Damn, she went the self-immolation route. Sheesh. The incident sparked outrage in the country and beyond over the strict rules and consequences for breaking those rules that women in Iran face every day. Gender-based violence against women, including so-called honor killings, continues in Iran, and the country's laws do little to protect them, experts say. In a tweet in response to Amini's death, Robert Malley, the U.S. Special Envoy for Iran, I have a feeling this is going to be total shit, but let's hear what he has to say, called on the country to increase protections for women. Iran must end its violence against women for exercising their fundamental rights, Malley said. That's weird. It's almost like, you know, I could have sworn that those areas were fairly progressive at a certain point in time. If I didn't know any better, I might think that those governments had been absolutely fist fucked by the United States, and that's kind of why they are the way that they are now. Luna, wonder what happened? Yeah, I wonder. So, you like the hat? Thank you. I got the pin on there that I haven't moved. I just left it on there. But yeah, if you like the hat, peep the tea. You know what I'm saying? Peep the drip. We'll do another little quick drip check for y'all. Hold up. I got y'all. Saying drip check. But let's talk about white supremacy culture. More specifically, the 15 points of white supremacy. Drippy. Thank you. So I'm just now learning about this. I'm not going to sit here in front like I'm an authority on any of this shit. The only authority that I have on this in terms of what I know about white supremacy culture is the fact that it's very visible to me in terms of how I interact with it and how I interface with it. And when we read some of these points, you will probably think of one or two streamers, some situations you've seen amongst or between streamers, or just a lot of this shit will sound familiar to you. So I'm just gonna read this whole thing. Harvard organization lists 15 traits of white supremacy culture. This is from July 12th, 2022. Now, these 15 points were actually authored in 1999, I believe. But this might be a more recent, whatever this is. Here's the rundown of this organization, which is the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. The IARA project, under which this policy portal falls, is described like this. The Institutional Anti-Racism and Accountability Project is an initiative of the Shorenstein Center of parentheses, Shorenstein, anyone? It's like, nah, that's anti-Semitic. Just so everyone knows, any of the new streamers or new followers here, we do not tolerate any anti-Semitism here, period. Ironic or otherwise. We're obviously not fucking like joyless woke scolds and killjoys and shit here, so like, if there is a tasteful joke to be made, use your own discretion. But I will say that we have a zero tolerance policy for anti-Semitism here. But with that said, after I made that tasteless joke, let's go. Shorenstein Center on Media, Politics, and Public Policy at the Harvard Kennedy School, directed by Khalil Gibran Muhammad, professor of history. Oh, so white people are gonna hate this shit. It's the Shorenstein Center, directed by Khalil Muhammad. Boy, this is gonna piss a lot of white people off. Professor of History, Race, and Public Policy at Harvard Kennedy School, and the Suzanne Young Murray Professor at the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Studies. So he's like literally a CRT fucking professor. So motherfuckers gonna hate this shit. The goal of this enterprise is to use research, clinical knowledge, and policy interventions to promote anti-racism as a core value and institutional norm. IARA proposes to further explore and examine how understanding and engaging with institutional history impacts organizations when forging a path forward with racial equity. While the field of racial equity and anti-racism is not new, it remains underdeveloped within the context of applied knowledge and implementation for organizational behavior and institutional change. And the Race Research and Policy Portal is explicitly designed to further equity. RRAPP is a free online resource dedicated to summarizing and promoting research publications on diversity, racial equity, and anti-racist organizational change in private, public, and non-profit firms and entities. Many of RRAPP's resources highlight academic studies, which are often hidden behind subscription paywalls and are subsequently underutilized. RRAPP helps changemakers learn and find the tools they need. And with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and grab this, and we're going to drop the link for this in chat. Ban real quick. That ban was so quick I didn't even see it. But anyway, What to do, what not to do, what we know doesn't work. That's interesting. We'll dig a little deeper into this. I'll dig into this myself, and I'll obviously going to send this to Bink, because I know Bink is going to be into that. But yeah, of course, Frackle. You know the vibes. And I'm going to pull, before we get deeper into this, I'm going to pull y'all in for a second to say that I know my shit over the last few months has been a little hectic, a little drama-y, we'll say, a little content hungry, or I guess, or rather, I am well aware of the fact that I have become distracted from my mission over the last maybe like 2 to 3 months for people who have been longtime viewers of me. And this is something I'm actively working to correct, both in infrastructure and in how I operate, right? So I put way more effort into my Discord, and I'm going to be putting way more effort into this stream, and my first few YouTube videos are going to be dropping within the next week or so, because I've had scripts and B-roll and ideas in my head forever. I've been distracted. Needed a couple of days of R&R last Friday. That's why I wasn't live. I took Thursday and Friday off. But rest assured, we are back on abolition time, back on liberation time, back on educational time, back on Black Panther just vibes time on this channel. So, if you are a longtime viewer and you've seen the quality of my content diminish, make no mistake that we're coming back. I'm coming back twice as strong as I was 6 months ago, we'll say. So, with that said, let's get back into it. 2 of its 3 goals, besides carrying a repository for material on anti-racism, are these. And honestly, before we get, I know I keep doing this, but whenever I deal with any of these quote-unquote anti-racist or like Nazi debate streamers or whatever, the first thing I'm going to ask them is if they're familiar with this resource. Period. This is going to be the purity test from now on. And I would encourage others. I never left though. This is true, but just me, I get real self-conscious when people say shit about my content, and so I need to be hyper-focused. I need to be laser-focused in. You know what I mean? I need to be focused on the mission. To quote, shout out to Black Bloc Politics, my brother Black Bloc Poly, basically the older Philadelphia version of me. I need to focus on the mission. That's just, it just is what it is. Got distracted, going back and forth with motherfuckers on Twitter, doing like fucking React Danny content, and people motherfucking reacting to my air quotes debate with Shark and shit. Like it's been too all over the place. It's been too all over the place, and it needs to be refocused. But that's just my feel, and I appreciate y'all with the compliments that I never left and that y'all have been enjoying my content, etc., etc. But for my personal standard, I have not been meeting my own standard. So, and that means for y'all, if you fucked with it how it was, then guess what? It's gonna be even better. There's a video that recently dropped related to some of this by that dang dad called Dead Queens and Polite Violence. That's actually why I wanted to get into this. Let me see if I can find the TikTok actually that prompted my desire, or rather made me even aware of this subject, right? Because obviously I knew about white supremacy culture. We've been having these conversations. I've been talking to all these activists and so on and so forth on the platform. I did not know about the 15 traits until I watched this video, which came up as a response to requests for civility from people doing the you know, the Queen pack, smoking on the Queen pack. There's a couple TikToks I want to look at until I find that one.
The number one thing I want y'all to,
because I feel like this is pretty important to show you all. You might have seen on my Twitter, I asked the question, why do you guys think the Klan wore hoods if they already had control over the popular culture, right? If lynchings were a family affair and you could buy nigger knuckles in the grocery store, why would the Klan need to wear hoods? Who and or what were they afraid of? Let's find out.
thing I want y'all to understand about black people and resistance, the number one thing I want y'all to understand about black people and resistance is that black people wanted all the smoke, and when they got it, they knew how to handle the smoke. See, movies and cartoons and this satire has kind of warped our imagery of how black people interacted with the Klan. You know, when you go in the museums, they always got the black people crying and hollering and praying to Jesus, and somebody singing, "Oh Lord, help me." I want y'all to understand that black people were actively fighting back. And another component of that resistance is the proactiveness of the resistance. They weren't just being reactive in their fight to end oppression. They were taking the fight to them folks' doorstep. Ancestors definitely had an on-site mentality. Now, here's the thing. When you see the images and in the movies, the Klan meeting at nighttime in the woods, they give you this idea that they were doing it because they wanted to. It's because those black people knew exactly what you had done to their people, and they just wasn't taking it laying down. They would roll up on your meeting. And let's not even get into how the natives would roll up on y'all all the time. When we talk about the demise
Shout
of
out
the
to
Klan,
Universal Discourse.
we don't talk about how black people helped dismantle the Klan through a non-violent means.
I'm gonna run that back in case you
talk
missed
about
that
the
one.
demise of the Klan, and we don't talk about.
I'm gonna run this back just in case you missed this one, because it's important. And remember this when you talk to dumbass motherfuckers like Wick or not so erudite, whoever these fucking people are who are trying to tell you that we need to be civil with people who want to kill us. Listen to this.
Natives would roll up on y'all all the time. When we talk about the demise of the Klan, and we don't talk about how black people helped dismantle the Klan through a non-violent means.
He said non-violent. If you guys remember your double negatives from elementary school, let me know.
We're not being honest. Y'all hit that follow button.
Interesting. I don't know if you guys could see any of the headlines that were behind this individual. You know what? I'm just going to drop the link to this TikTok in chat. How about that? Thank you, Alicia. But we're not done. Here's the crazy part. Oh, we're not done. Let's look at this real quick, shall we? Let's take a look at this. Oh, we're not done.
Back to the single most bloodiest day in political history. Back to the single most bloodiest day in political history. A lynch mob numbering in the hundreds, led by Police Chief Samuel Salisbury, arrived at July Perry's house and demanded that he come out. July Perry was like, hell no. That's when the police chief kicked in the door and got his ass shot. Triggers got to squeezing and people started bleeding. Police chief barely escaped with his life, while two of his compadres got shot dead. The mob retreated, but later came back with reinforcements and caught July Perry being transported in critical condition through the woods. They immediately arrested him and beat the shit out of him. And then somehow, on the way to jail, he disappeared and reappeared on a light pole. Afterwards, the mob laid siege to the town. They burned churches, record offices, and Masonic lodges. And yet another massacre used to repurpose land once held by Negroes.
So there's that. All things to keep in mind when you're having a conversation with a person who tells you that you need to just speak diplomatically with neo-Nazis and Klansmen, etc., 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 etc. Trying really hard to find let's look at this really quick.
69 black boys were locked into a dormitory that was set on fire in 1959 in Arkansas. 21 of them didn't make it out. Let me tell you about it. I'm the young black mayor, your #1 history influencer. On March 5th, 1959 at about 4 a.m., a dorm at the Negro Boys Industrial School in Wrightsville, Arkansas either caught or was set ablaze. It held 69 black boys ages 13 to 17. The doors had been padlocked.
Yeah, I feel that shit, Alicia. That's how you're supposed to deal with those people. Yeah, that's my feeling. I'll speak to the Nazis diplomatically if we can link. I just like to talk with my hands.
Yet 48 of them escaped, only after they were able to pry metal screens from the windows. The boys had been housed there for being orphaned, homeless, or committing petty crimes. They lived under horrible conditions with inadequate clothing, water, space to sleep, and no restroom. The governor visited just prior to the fire, but made no improvements to the conditions. This was the same governor responsible for the Little Rock Nine in 1957. 21 boys died in the fire. No one was ever charged or found negligent. This horrible tragedy was covered up. It's no coincidence there's a prison that sits at the same site today. 69 black...
Weird coincidence, huh? Site of that massacre is the same spot where they decided to put a prison? Interesting. Where the fuck is this shit about the Queen? Is this it? That is not it. I hope I liked it. I'm pretty sure I did. Hoping for more Royal Pack Watch? Fuck yeah. I unfortunately don't think that I liked this. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. Here it is. I think this is it.
On today's episode of White People Doing the 40-Yard Dash into a 30-Yard Wall, yesterday I made a video saying how truly American it was that a black Colin Kaepernick lost his career.
Okay, no, that ain't it. Fuck. I really want to show you guys this because it's super, super, super fucking relevant. And... is this it?
Hey, good morning. Allow me to introduce...
That is not it.
Prior to his death, he made some very hateful.
No, it was a TikTok. Let me fucking search for this shit. Here we go. All right. Found it, I'm pretty sure.
So I think there's two things to start with.
Even if this isn't it, I'm just going to lean with it, rock with it, because I want to get into what I want to talk about.
So I think there's two things to start with, whether you're talking about Queen Elizabeth II, the monarchy, or anyone or any institution globally that's been oppressive. Number one, there's not a bad time ever to talk about oppression, right? That's how you actually tackle oppression, by talking about it and doing something about it. Number two, someone passing away doesn't suddenly absolve them of the things that they've done, especially if the ways they've harmed people or benefited from harm, they didn't do anything to correct that while they were living. So let's start there. While it is true that Queen Elizabeth II was born after many of the instances of colonizing places such as Ireland and India, Africa, and the Caribbean, as ruler, she didn't undo any of it, right? She maintained all of the remnants of colonization, from the diamonds that she would wear to the wealth that her family hoarded, to all the relics in museums that were stolen from those places that the monarchy and the government refused to give back, right? We always say, if you're complicit in bigotry, then you're upholding bigotry. And she actually had the power to change things systematically and globally. But her time as ruler aside, on an individual level, Queen Elizabeth II was, quite frankly, a bigot, right? She was someone who didn't allow people of color to work for her until well into her 60s. She was also someone that at the very notion
that was the 90s.
That a black woman was going to be a part of her family, she ran Meghan Markle clear out of the country, right along with her grandson. Oh, and back to that hoarded wealth for a second. The Queen used good portions of that to pay off victims of sexual assault and racism at the hands of her family. But all that said, it makes sense why so many people are drawn towards the Queen. Besides reminding people of their nana and whatnot, there's an entire division of people that work for the monarchy whose sole job is propaganda and has been for generations, right? They understand that the false fairy tale-like existence that they have in the hearts and minds of people can be played upon, right? And that's why you get shows such as The Crown, or you see them in tabloids or in People magazine, and you have to watch their weddings on every single thing, because they believe that that helps undercut many of the atrocities that they've done historically and currently do. You don't have to root for anybody to die, but truly fighting oppression oftentimes means having conversations about who people truly were.
So this actually is not it. I was bugging.
This is my beef with the way that people use the word privilege. Not all of the time, but a lot of the time.
So that ain't it.
Oh my God.
Can I sing too?
Okay. I can't find the shit, but I'm just gonna get into it. Some mainstream What up, Justy Belmont? 100% he's blocked by the British Museum now? Facts. Oh, shit.
You know, there's all of this wealth, and you hear about it comes as England is facing rising costs of living. Well, this is coming when, you know, there's all of this wealth, and you hear about it comes as England is facing rising costs of living, a living crisis, austerity budget cuts, and so on. And then you have those who are asking for reparations for colonialism, and they're wondering, $100 billion, 24.
What up, Bird? You remember when you saw a post obsessing about Meghan Markle's look at the funeral and people jumping on your ass for saying we shouldn't be obsessing with those folks? The cult never ends, even if one of them dies, it keeps going on and on. Oh, of course, yeah.
And they're wondering, $100 billion for reparations for colonialism, and they're wondering, $100 billion, $24 billion here and there, 500 million there. Some people want to be paid back, and members of the public are wondering, why are we suffering when you are, you have all of this vast wealth? Those are legitimate concerns.
Well, I think you're right about reparations in terms of if people want it, though, what they need to do is you always need to go back to the beginning of a supply chain. Where was the beginning of the supply chain? That was in Africa. And when across the entire world, when the slavery was taking place, which was the first nation in the world that abolished slavery? The first nation in the world to abolish it. It was started by William Wilberforce, was the British. In Great Britain, they abolished slavery. 2000.
So, and yo, why the fuck are you talking about slavery? He's talking about reparations.
1,000 naval men died on the high seas trying to stop slavery. Why? Because the African kings were rounding up their own people. They had them on cages waiting in the beaches. No one was running in.
Dog, this is so gross. This is so fucking gross.
To Africa to get them. And I think you're totally right. If reparations need to be paid, we need to go right back to the beginning of that supply chain and say who was rounding up their own people and having them handcuffed in cages. Absolutely. That's where they should start. And maybe, I don't know, the descendants of those families where they died in the high seas trying to stop the slavery, that those families should receive something too, I think, at the same time.
Nah, yo, cut this shit off, yo. Cut this shit off, yo. Cut this shit off, yo. Don Lemon is soulless. He's also useless, but you know. We cut this shit off, yo.
It's an interesting discussion, Hillary. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll continue to discuss in the future. So remember the...
What an like, dog, I would be so fucking embarrassed. I would be so fucking embarrassed. An interesting discussion. Yeah, he took the fucking... He went full rhizome. Don doesn't address that? Of course not. What would happen to him if he did? What do you think would happen to him if he did? Don is he's a good selected Negro. Yo, what up, Amazing Wolf Skeptic? Yeah, sorry I missed your excuse me, sorry I missed your message to your Discord. Hey yo. Okay. I'm fucking amazing, thank you. But let's continue with this shit. Two of its three goals, besides getting a repository of material on anti-racism, are these. Goal 2, well, the first goal clearly is to create a repository for anti-racist material. Number 2 is to further the field of racial equity, advance knowledge, and promote the implementation of effective interventions while providing practitioners easy access to nationally significant materials to further sustainable change. Goal 3 is increase the use of this knowledge in the classroom, student research, and in curriculum at professional schools such as law, business, and medicine, allowing for more dissemination and uptake of important anti-racist learning. That's all well and good, but if you click on any of the icons below, you'll see the kind of stuff they want to disseminate, blah, 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 blah. So, the list of aspects of white supremacy culture was compiled by Dr. Tima Okun, who you can think of as a lesser-known Robin DiAngelo. Kuhn maintains an entire website, White Supremacy Culture. Let's go ahead and go there. A culture she sees as institutionalized behavior of white culture that acts to oppress people of other races. Judging by her photo and bio here, Kuhn appears to be white. If that's the case, it's another parallel to DiAngelo. Interesting. So this is a white person. This is another, like, Tim Wise type, I guess. Yeah, okay. Not Tim Wise, but like another white anti-racist person in the space. Link to which website? I don't think that they were here. I mean, I don't know. Oh, all those people banned them? Yeah, get them the fuck out of there. Appeal your ban if you were acting in here in good faith, but I'm not dealing with you tonight. So, in this post, she lists 15 aspects of this culture, prefacing the list in part with this. So how exactly does white supremacy culture show up in organizations, and how can it be interrupted? Dr. Okun outlines 15 characteristics of white supremacy culture and strategies to counter them. As part of the Dismantling Racism Works, DR Works workbook, she builds on the work of numerous researchers and practitioners, including but not limited to Andrea Evazian, Bree Carlson, Beverly Daniel Tatum, Emmy Duker, Nancy Emond, Kenneth Jones, John Lunsford, Sharon Martinez, Joan Olson, David Rogers, James Williams, Sally Yee, and Dismantling Racism Workshop participants. This guide also draws on the work of several organizations, including Grassroots Leadership, Equity Institute Incorporated, People's Institute for Survival and Beyond, Challenging White Supremacy Workshop, Lily Allen Institute, and Western States Center. Here's the list. I'll pull you guys up so you can see it. I wonder how many chats I'm banning to. Amazing Wolf Skeptic, you sent me a message. It had like a Discord link in it, but it was expired, so I don't know. But here is the list of 15 traits. Perfectionism, such as pointing out how a person or their work is inadequate. Right? Who are the people who come in to say that people are bad advocates for their own marginalized communities? What? 88? I was gonna say that 88's kind of sus, but I was gonna let him cook, but I trust your judgment on that one, Richie. If there was an unfucking deserved ban, then peel your ban. If not, whatever. So, the pointing out how a person or their work is inadequate is frequently done, right? You tell people like Cat Black they're bad advocates for their own fucking communities, right? You tell people like Professor Flowers they're bad advocates for land back, whatever, right? You're watching on mute, but you stay quick with the hammer. I appreciate you, Big Richie. Sense of urgency, such as prioritizing quick or highly visible results that can exclude potential allies, right? So when you're talking about how we need to vote Democrat, vote blue no matter who, because of the recent rise in fascism, not accounting for the people who literally cannot vote, felons, people under 18, right? You've lost the plot, because the state itself and the apparatus of white supremacy is something that works specifically to disenfranchise black people through those means, and really people in general, because the founding fathers did not want democracy, low-key. They only wanted the rich aristocracy to be able to make decisions in the country. So, defensiveness, such as spending energy trying to protect power or defend against charges of racism. Who did we hear do that? Could it possibly be somebody who said some anti-black shit and then spent weeks to months memeing about it, about how people are accusing them of being racist, and then circling the wagons with their other cis white streamers in the same space who will only enable that behavior? Let's keep it 1,000. Valuing quantity over quality, such as directing organizational resources toward measurable goals. Instead, develop a values statement which expresses the ways in which you want to work and make sure it is a living document that people apply to their daily work, right? Motherfuckers who ask, what have you done? Right? What have you done? What are you doing? Right? Worshipping the written word. What did Bryce do in his conversation with me? This dickhead was so fucking horned up for the debate bro shit, he got some fucking studies about motherfuckers in Saudi Arabia to try to justify his fucking goofball ass white supremacist opinion on this, right? And I say that because you're literally talking about doing outreach to make white supremacists comfortable. That's what you're doing. You're not challenging their ideas, right? You might be doing so rhetorically, but who gives a fuck? Remember how the Klan got defeated with rhetoric? Remember how World War II, the United States Army went over there and defeated the Nazis with all their logic and rhetoric and reason? It's the stupidest shit ever. Believing in only one right way. How many times have you heard me say that while it is possible to strip viewers and so on and so forth off of these shitty people's communities, it should not by any means be the focus, the sole focus of anyone, especially not content creators who have the capability and, in my opinion, the responsibility to do so much more than that. Oh fuck, you've honestly been kind of stressing about charges of racism with the organizing that you're doing here locally for no real reason. Need to work on that shit. Well, I mean, instead work on your own defensiveness and understand the link between defensiveness and fear. You know what I mean? Is the advice this shit gives here. But paternalism, such as decision-making processes that are only understood by those with power and unclear to those without it. Right? Nobody fucking knows how any of this shit in terms of advocacy gets done with people like Vosh, etc., etc. Either or thinking, such as trying to simplify complex things, right? If I say what you said is anti-black, that means I'm accusing you of being racist, and now you gotta be defensive, blah, 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 right? Or in that conversation, motherfuckers saying that I hate mixed people because I said I personally don't want to have anti-black family members of my kids, right? Power hoarding, such as feeling threatened when anyone suggests organizational changes, right? Motherfuckers, this is the number one thing that Joe Lewis talks about. The gatekeepers do not want to share or give away power. They want to remain gatekeepers. Fear of open conflict. This one is a doozy. Right? Nobody wants to get called out in public, right? Fear of open conflict, such as equating the raising of difficult issues with being rude or impolite. Karen shit. Instead, don't require those who raise difficult issues to do so in acceptable ways, particularly if you're using the ways in which issues are raised as an excuse not to address them. So they're talking about tone policing there. Just because you don't like how the person said what they said doesn't mean that what they said isn't valid, particularly when it comes on to advocacy for black people by black people, whether we're talking about trans black people or whatever, right? So when a motherfucker pulls up on you and says, wow, you posted some anti-black shit. I was surprised this wasn't a Tommy Lauren tweet. And your response to that is to be like, I'm not even going to acknowledge any of this criticism because it's all people who don't think I'm black enough or whatever, whatever. Or you're a Vosh and you're like, these people fucking did mutual aid. They asked for mutual aid. So that means they're e-begging. So any criticism they make of me is purely because they just want money out of me. Right? This kind of shit. A liberator supporter takes on a responsibility to said support, and liberatory activity is a responsibility because it is not a demand and is a required step toward bettering conditions. But these motherfuckers don't understand that. The same way they don't understand that learning about these issues is an ongoing process, that the work that you do is continual and lifelong, right? Just like I was saying in the earlier stream today, these motherfuckers read one book, and that's being generous because I'm assuming that people on Twitch read. These motherfuckers find one streamer and don't even watch all their streams. Probably don't even watch a VOD. They'll watch like a YouTube video or a clip from Twitter, right? And then form their entire fucking system of politics around that one moment that they saw and liked because it played to their fifis. Nobody talks about the fact that Vosh came out of Destiny's community. All these people are all they're all from the house that Destiny built, right? They're all compared to and lined up against Destiny. Doesn't matter which one of these dumbasses you pick, Vosh, Sharkey, Xander Hall, Dylan Burns, they're all directly connected to that goofball in one way or another. Individualism. It's interesting that individualism is an aspect of white supremacy culture. Individualism, such as wanting individual recognition and credit. Instead, make sure credit is given to everyone who participates, not just the leaders. Believing you're the only one, such as thinking that if something is going to get done right, then you have to do it. Who the fuck does that sound like? Believing progress is bigger and more, such as defining success as hiring more staff, developing more projects, or serving more people. Instead, just make sure your goals speak to how you want to work, not just what you want to do. Believing in objectivity. How many motherfuckers have you heard on this platform call themselves utilitarians? And then just throw that out there and act like that's the end-all be-all. Believing in objectivity, such as considering emotions to be irrational and destructive to decision-making. Interesting. Interesting that you would call people emotional and then have their emotion be a reason why you don't take them serious. Interesting. Not sure where I've seen people do that one before. Claiming a right to comfort. Here's the big one. Here's the white tears thing. Such as scapegoating those who cause emotional or psychological discomfort. Because feeling emotional and psychological discomfort is a part of the process. As a man, learning about the misogynistic shit that I did when I was younger and that I do and enable now, it doesn't feel good, right? It's not good to learn about that type of shit. And this is where the thing of people who want to do fucking armchair activism come in. Everybody wants to be Martin Luther King Jr. Everybody wants to be Malcolm X. Everybody wants to be RBG, etc., etc., etc. Not understanding that these people were and are hated in their time. The only time people love revolutionaries is when they're dead revolutionaries. People don't really think that far ahead with their shit. They just think of how adored and how many accolades these people have in their particular corner of social justice, and they're like, I want to achieve that. Not understanding that achieving that includes completely eschewing all of your support systems that you might have had and welcoming death and destruction into your life. Quite literally. Quite literally. Right? So, people will always move, and I've said this in an earlier conversation. People will always move as far as their comfort will allow them to, unless they're built like a specific type of person who understands that growth is not comfortable, no matter what it is. Whether you're growing in social justice, whether you're fucking learning a new trick on a skateboard, you're gonna fall. You're gonna fuck yourself up bad, probably. But if you keep at it and you decide not to let the pain that causes you influence your decisions to not even try, you might pull something out, right? And their advice for that is, instead, welcome discomfort as much as you can and understand it is the root of all growth and learning. Which is, hello. Wait a minute. Oh my god. I might have fucked up. I didn't research this site before I fucking... Who authored this? Who wrote this? This is not a list meant for discussion, but a list to be accepted and promulgated. But, like, I don't know. My first reaction that this list, by stereotyping white culture and distilling it into 15 aspects that are all portrayed as negative, is simply racist. But I still try to see any merit in the list, anything that is characteristic of most white people and also acts. And I think we all can say quite authoritatively that all of the most leftist people in this space are all people that have engaged in multiple aspects of this type of behavior. But still try to see any merit in this list. Anything that is characteristic of most white people and also acts and presumably became part of the culture because it helps maintain whites in a superior position over people of color. These include Asians, which is, this person is clearly, they are lost in the sauce. The only one I saw as valid was paternalism. The history of Anglophones and their relationship to blacks at least has been one of unremitting paternalism. In the Jim Crow South, blacks often had to remove their hats in front of whites, defer to them by getting out of their way, and of course, all over America, adult black men were called boy for decades. But you don't have, and this is, someone talked about, people are asking about how stuff like genocide and the Holocaust could happen. And they talk about the banality of evil, right? And this is one of those things I was talking about earlier today in the stream, where people love heroes and villains. People love binaries, right? If we're talking about misogyny, for example, or rape culture or whatever, we love to have good men and bad men, right? The bad men are the rapists, the people who don't acknowledge boundaries, the people who engage in paternalistic behavior, etc., 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 etc. And the good men are simply the people who don't do that, right? Not understanding how fucking low the bar is set for air quotes good men, but understanding that a lot of men will not use that bar as something to clear, but they'll play that game, the siblings play, the I'm not touching you game, right? Two siblings are in the backseat of a car or whatever. They're fucking putting their hands on each other, right? Mom or dad or whatever says, keep your hands to yourself. And the kid goes, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you, right? That's the game that men play with women in terms of pushing the line of what they can get away with society not giving a fuck about the specific individual woman that they're dealing with, right? They put more emphasis and more effort into being a good man than they do being good to this woman, right? To actually listening to this woman and forming a non-shitty relationship with women. And the same logic applies here with a lot of these activist types, right? They're not interested in super deep conversations because they're not interested in doing that work. They're simply trying to figure out where the line is. What can I do that is in line with the white supremacist, etc. behaviors that I've already adopted as a consequence of being indoctrinated into American culture? What regular American, air quotes, shit can I continue to do that we all know is bad without getting called out on it? There was a quote that it was like, you're going to have to check all the parts of misogyny that you're going to have to root out all misogyny, even the parts of it that you enjoy, right? And the fact of the matter is, white supremacy is fun. The same way that men bond with other men behind the scenes with the locker room talk shit, white people bond with one another through white supremacy. Case in point, if we're talking about historical precedent for that, lynchings were what? Were a family affair, right? Understanding this, understanding that the culture of, in their minds, this culture was not hateful, not unjust, not unfair, not particularly specifically malicious. It's just how it is. It's just how it is, right? And that's how they reinforce that culture horizontally as well as vertically, by reinforcing the idea that that's just how it is, right? And that's how a lot of these quote-unquote leftists on here that are just liberals are, right? It's just how it is. And they'll tell you, they'll pay lip service to advocacy to you all day. They'll call you an ally, Vosh being a prime example. How the fuck are you an ally to black people when you say the N-word, right? You're not an ally. You're towing the line. You're not trying to do advocacy. You're trying to be seen as someone who does advocacy. You're not trying to be good for goodness sake. You're trying to be seen as a good person so that people will overlook the bad. He said out of his fucking mouth, the power that Shark has is to be aggressively anti-black and not get canceled for it. Because he is black. And if Vosh said a lot of those same things, he would be canceled, right? This is not the type of shit that you would expect to hear from people that you would consider activists, right? You don't hear me crying about how much I wish I could casually use the word bitch in regular conversation, right? You don't hear me complimenting other women on referring to other women as bitches, because if I did that, I would be a misogynist, right? That's not even shit. It's weird shit to even joke about, even if we're assuming it was a joke in bad taste or an off-color joke. That's a weird avenue to even go down mentally, for humor or for whatever reason, right? Because it's playing the game, right? For us, black people, the line is white people don't say the N-word. The bare fucking minimum, right? And what do white people do? We have to have an entire fucking discourse about hypothetical scenarios where it might be okay for a white person to say the N-word if they really, really want to, right? If Jeff Bezos tomorrow decides that he wants to fucking cure world hunger and personally, with his own two hands, build Wakanda in Africa, that means he is now entitled to say one N-word, right? He's got the golden ticket with the one punch star on it. You got permission to say one N-word. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment on the hat. I'll show you the drip again. But yeah, that's what's going on here. Is motherfuckers like Vosh are not speaking specifically on black liberation and black issues, right? Motherfuckers are like Vosh are not specifically going out of their way to listen to black people, because people like Professor Flowers, Cat Black, Soul Bunny, me, we've all told you this. Big Princess, we've been telling you this, right? They don't give a fuck about listening to black people, because if they did, they would have listened to us. They only listen to the people who do what? Give them comfort. and coddle all of these other traits that they internalize and don't think about, right? So that's number one. They don't fucking listen to black people, right? So they don't care what would actually be good for us. What they do care about is, in popular culture, to their audience and to the worldwide audience, the world itself being a stage, they can be seen as anti-racist, or they can be seen as black liberators, right? For no other reason than they're being able to get away with shit that is overtly anti-black, right? Case in point, just to tie it in a bow, I think it might have actually been Sansol who talked about how, wow, this fucker Endless really thinks that a motherfucker could cure world hunger and they would still be anti-black if they said the N-word. Yes. Unironically, yes. And black people will tell you that, but the only black people you listen to are people like Rhizome, who coddle this infantile fucking fantasy that you have by reinforcing, yeah, there's instances where white people can say the N-word and not be racially motivated. But when pressed, they'll tell you directly, don't say it to me, though. Better not say that shit to me, though. It's silly. It's silly. So let's look at this. I already have this open. I'm silly. I got some quotes by Audre Lorde. Let's read this. You do not have to be me in order for us to fight alongside each other. I do not have to be you to recognize that our wars are the same. What we must do is commit ourselves to some future that can include each other and to work towards that future with the particular strengths of our individual identities. And in order for us to do this, we must allow each other our differences at the same time as we recognize our sameness. Now, when you hear that and the fucking pedigree that the author of that quote has, does that sound anything like, I don't care if my demographic exists in the future? In fact, what do we see here? What we must do is commit ourselves to some future that can include each other and to work toward that future with the particular strengths of our individual identities. The article that I was reading is this. I'll drop the link in chat. It's silly, but... So, and this gets into the stuff that Vosh was talking about in his review of our conversation, where his dumbass is literally talking about how everybody's going to be the same shade of brown in the future, so that means racism is going to be over, and because secular culture, because these people are too stupid to understand that what they consider to be regular or normal culture is the culture of white supremacy, because they will openly say stuff like the beauty standard issue is improving because now stereotypically black physical features are considered admirable in terms of beauty, right? So because lip injections and BBLs exist, that means that black women don't have to worry about getting fired from their job for the way that their hair naturally grows out of their fucking scalp. Takes this brain dead, right? People who will say implicitly, right, and then sometimes explicitly, that a possible, just even acknowledging that you think a possible outcome for the future is a completely fucking great future where we all have the same skin color and culture, it is unbelievably fucking stupid. Infantile to the point of like your understanding of biology, sociology, all of these things, your understanding of that shit stopped in like 7th grade. You went to like 8th grade biology and you're like, cool, enough's enough. What is white supremacy culture? Let's do this. Speaking of intersectionality, let's read this really quick. The power elite constructed and continues to construct. This is the most important thing, because this is what gets lost to a lot of these fucking liberals too, right? They don't think that white supremacy is an ongoing project that is living, breathing, and works to protect and empower itself, right? They think it's just like some old shit that we just gotta like vote to get rid of and like occasionally debate people to convince them to stop engaging in it, right? The power elite constructed and continues to the power elite constructed and continues to construct white supremacy to intersect with, support, reinforce, and reproduce capitalism, class oppression, gender oppression, heterosexism, ableism, Christian hegemony, to name a few. This is what the definition of intersectionality is. Not white gay people are just as fucking oppressed as heterosexual black people, or reducing the one fucking point that Audre Lorde talked about how we all face the same fight, reducing that to mean examining any particular individual identities and how they might face more harm from these power structures is idpol and not something that we need to do, is actually a bad thing, right? That's these people's fucking dumbass take. Because they don't understand, first of all, where the word intersectionality came from, Kimberly Crenshaw, but how it's actually applied when we talk about social justice, sociology, etc., etc. If you ask them what intersectionality means, they'll literally just tell you the way that everybody's oppressed. Right? Which is like not even wrong. You know what I mean? I have no idea what the fuck these people are even talking about. So, these in turn function to support, reinforce, and reproduce white supremacy. So, for example, capitalism teaches us profit is more important than people, while systematically advantaging those in the white group, although not equally. Right? It's 101 shit. Classism teaches us the wealthy are deserving and the poor to be blamed, while reproducing racism and the disparate reproduction of wealth and deadly exploitation of labor. Right? Racism does not exist independently of classism or capitalism, especially not in the United States. These things are all intersected. Sexism and heterosexism teach us white men are superior to women and all others. Gender binaries are normal, while gender fluidity is threatening, with a degree of threat targeting all who defy gender binaries tied to race and racism. This is the reason why all the most prominent trans streamers are white people. The most prominent NB streamers, white people, right? And the people who... We saw how Professor Flowers got treated. We saw how Cat Black got treated, right? We see how a lot of the people who exist in all of these same beautiful fucking pieces of the rainbow in terms of the gender spectrum, the sexuality spectrum, etc., 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 if they're people of color and they have critiques of the white people who are speaking for them, we see, plain as day, the difference, the degree of threat that those people face, which is part and parcel to this very conversation. The same way that dark skin is a global debuff and people of dark skin catch shit from everyone around the world, even non-white people, because of how white supremacy works. black women catch shit from everyone, including black men, because of how white supremacy works, interfacing directly with sexism and heterosexism. This is shit that you would think the people advertising themselves as leftists and knowledge sources on these topics would know. But they don't, because it makes them uncomfortable to look in the mirror and say to yourself, not only am I speaking for these people who are very well capable of speaking for themselves, when they call me out for it, I'm going to shit on them and make sure my entire community demonizes them, and then we're going to circle the wagons. So me and all my other Xander Halls and Shark 300s and Voshes, all their communities will shit on these people and know them as clout chasers or white genociders or Blitler or whatever as well. Intersectionality means understanding that either or thinking is nested endlessly. That's how white supremacy stays anchored to all other forms of 0-1 ways of thought that are how the logic of oppression attempts to justify what it has done and continues to do to humans. Yes, thank you, Jane, the message. I appreciate you all. Christian hegemony teaches us that Christians, and a certain kind of white Christian at that, because I can tell you for 1,000%, it damn sure ain't black Baptists, are divinely capable of shaping and defining reality for the rest of us. The power elite designed these ideologies to teach us who is valuable and human and who is not in the name of power and profit. Very simple shit. In other words, white supremacy operates in collaboration with other oppressions. They reinforce and reproduce each other. It's not oppression Olympics. It's literally saying what we all know. You understand that being black, as in having dark skin and being in that class, places you in that class and is a global fucking debuff. We understand that being socialized as women is pretty much a global fucking debuff. But if we dare say that black women experience more fucking danger than black men, then suddenly we're actually not being intersectional, because we're denying the peril that black men exist in. You see how fucking stupid this argument is? But this is argument that these people will make all day long. Yo, what up, Zeron? White missionaries who are evangelical that I went to high school with, doing mission trips to colonize Catholic Puerto Ricans. Didn't that one dude, there was one fucking missionary who like tried to go to the Sentinel Islands and got clapped because he's like trying to teach him how to read the Bible. And they're like, we don't read here real good, but we definitely know how to shoot some fucking bows and arrows, right? Clapped his ass ASAP. And then there was that other dumbass motherfucker who tried to go on a mission of another like isolated nation like that. And guess what? Gave all the fucking indigenous people their COVID. Packed them all up. Just because Jesus told him to. It'd be nice if the suffering of one category of human wasn't weaponized against another category. Exactly. Pack watch to that fucking colonizer. Yeah, fuck yeah. Anyway. The power elite constructed and continues to construct... Wait a minute. Yep. White supremacy to serve capitalism, to commodify and dehumanize all living things in the name of power and profit for a few at the expense of the many. This is we are the 99% essentialized, right? It's not to say that as a black trans woman, you don't have a unique set of circumstances compared to a white non-binary individual, right? It's saying that while we might experience different levels and different extremes of that danger and that harm, it's coming from the same place, It's all to turn us into raw materials, to turn humans into commodities. Whether that's sexual commodities, fucking, what do I always say on here? They want to fuck us, they want to kill us, they want to eat us. Eating us includes working us and eating off of our labor until we fucking die, right? And they did this well, and they still do it very, very well. And a lot of fucking dumbass people will play right into this. And they did this cleverly, and still do, constructing white supremacy to be ever more adaptable. So while historically those who benefit most from these constructions were and are white, male owning class, gender conforming, heterosexual, able-bodied, Christian, English speaking, etc., white supremacy has evolved to constantly extend an invitation to many of us, inviting us to join when assimilation serves the ability of the power elite to profit at our expense. What is the one thing I continue to fucking talk about, whether we're talking about the conversation the tweet that fucking Shrek was responding to, or responding to Vosh's model of a post-racial society? Right? We're talking about assimilation, because that is what white supremacy does. And that's why these people get so fucked up. White supremacy is not about hating and destroying anything that isn't white. It can be part of it, but the adaptation that they made was turning everything and everyone into white people, or commodifying it for white consumption. This construction of white supremacy is alive and well. For just one example, we are living through a period where the U.S. Republican Party is overtly and boldly claiming a white supremacy autocratic agenda. And that's obvious. We don't have to go too hard into that. Let's read this. Actually, I'm tired of reading. Let's listen to Toni Morrison.
Yes, I do, Charlie, but let me tell you, that's the wrong question.
Okay, what's the right question?
It's so quiet.
How do you feel? Yes, I do, Charlie, but let me tell you, that's the wrong question.
Okay, what's the right question?
How do you feel? Not you, Charlie Rose,
Right.
but don't you understand that the people who do this thing, who practice racism,
Right.
are bereft? There is something distorted about the psyche. It's a huge waste, and it's a corruption and a distortion. It's a profound neurosis that nobody examines for what it is. It feels crazy. It is crazy. And it has just as much of a deleterious effect on white people, and possibly equal as it does black people.
Really quick. Actually, I'm going to let this video cook, and I'm going to show you guys another TikTok.
Always knew that I had the moral high ground all my life. I always thought those people who said I couldn't come in the drugstore and I had to sit in these funny places, I couldn't go in the
You felt morally
park.
superior to them
I
from
did.
day one.
And I thought they knew that I knew that they were inferior to me
They don't care.
morally. I always thought that. And my parents always thought that.
You said your father was racist because he always felt like he was
He always
superior.
thought, that's right. He always.
And this was the wisdom that I tried to impart to people like Zonia, Wick, Stardust, all these people who want to argue with these neo-Nazis, etc., etc. They know that they're morally inferior. Or let me back up. It's not that they don't know that they're morally inferior. It's that they don't care. They don't care. They have no incentive to care. Why? Because they already have control. They already have control. You're not going to win them into giving up their power through rhetoric. Just like she's saying, it feels shitty to not be allowed to enter spaces. It feels shitty to be persecuted. And you can live in the comfort of knowing that you are morally superior. But in the end, that is between you and your fucking God and no one else. except for maybe other members of your particular marginalized community. Because, as I've said a million fucking times on this platform before, as I fucking said on this platform a million fucking times before, you weren't offering these people anything. White supremacy is itself can be described as a set of privileges. That was a cat, yeah.
Always felt superior, and that was he always
superior.
felt, that's right, he always felt superior, and that was a form, of defensive racism. But if the racist white person, I don't mean the person who is examining his consciousness and so on, doesn't understand that he or she is also a race, it's also constructed, it's also made, and it also has some kind of serviceability. But when you take it away, I take your race away. And there you are, all strung out, and all you got is your little self. And what is that? What are you without racism? Are you any good? Are you still strong? You still smart? You still like yourself? I mean, these are the questions. It's part of it is, yes, the victim, how terrible it has been for black people.
You don't like that.
I'm not a victim. I refuse to be one.
And the victim is the other person who is morally inferior and
that's a
has
serious
to hold
question.
on to
Of course.
racism
If you
to
have to
somehow
hold, that's
for
right.
his or her own self-esteem and definition.
If you can only be tall because somebody's on their knees, then you have a serious problem. And my feeling is white people have a very, very serious problem. And they should start thinking about what they can do about it. Take me out of it.
Then give white people some free advice.
They're all in my book.
Here, and there was the thing, right?
Advice. Well, some free advice.
Take me out of it.
Then give white people some free advice.
How fucking entitled do you have to be to listen to Toni fucking Morrison say stuff like this? And be like, well, it'd probably be better if you spent more energy giving away shit for free. I appreciate you, Frackle. Thanks for coming through. I think it feeds into their entitlement to stop and try to drag those people who are like a deadweight horse to try to get them to water and make them drink. They are not who anyone needs to focus on. It needs to be a focus on protecting the visible mentors, role models, and just people who are in the oppressed class. Jane the Message. I'm going to bring you in. Jane the Message. Thank you for getting it and saying exactly what the fuck I've been saying in this space for the last 6 months, talking myself until I'm blue in the fucking face, screaming into the void, because that information is not received by anyone in Twitch poll. Right? It doesn't even go in one ear and out the other. That information goes in the ear and they have a fucking singularity in there. It doesn't come out of their mouth. They don't type it. That shit is just fucking gone. It's just gone. But, So then we have this white man listening to Toni Morrison talk about how exhausting it is, constantly having things taken from you by white people, and responding to that with, well, then maybe you should give white people more shit for free. Interesting. Let's talk about this TikTok here.
Hey, good morning. Epigenetics.
It's about epigenetics, and it gets into what Toni Morrison was talking about with white supremacy being white people's problem. Right? And the fact that the reason why you can't win a lot of these people is because white supremacy is all that they have in a lot of cases. That's what they see as their defining fucking aspect.
Hey, good morning. Epigenetics shows how trauma can be passed down from generation to generation through your DNA, meaning I didn't have to be present to witness the trauma firsthand in order to see how my DNA expresses that trauma. Now, we've seen how whites' superiority disorder and enslavement changed the physiological and mental makeup of the bodies of Southeast Asians, the Irish, Black Aboriginals, Black Africans, Black African Americans, and Latinos. We've seen these things through epigenetics. But what we haven't looked at is how epigenetics affects white people. How their superiority disorder and being on the other end of enslavement still affects them today. If we took a look at that, we would understand these Karens and Tads of today just a little bit better. You see, there needs to stop non-white people to demand that they show them their papers. Who are you? What are you doing here? You don't belong here. Their need for that happens because they are the continuation of the legacy of slave patrollers. That's what they did. You see, they gave themselves the authority to stop, frisk, and question any non-white person they came into contact with. And they still do it today. Looking at this thing critically, we understand that white men suffering from whites' superiority disorder wrote the laws of this country. Laws that uphold the belief in whites' superiority disorder. Like laws that maintain slavery still exists in this country as a form of punishment for anyone convicted of a crime. Or the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that needs to be repealed every so often. Otherwise, it takes us back to the Civil Rights Act of 1875, which was overturned in 1883. You see, those who wrote the laws that hold this country together did so using racist language. And that language shows us the primary functions of whiteness. Number one is to exclude. Can't nobody be white but white people, and even then, certain white people ain't white. Two, whiteness is all-consuming. It consumes your identity, your culture, your ethnicity, your land. Whiteness consumes everything, and then it reduces it down to the bare minimum and replaces it with something mediocre.
And I've said a bunch of times, explaining white supremacy to white people is like explaining water to a fish, right? Because these conditions exist and white people move through this shit and have no fucking clue, right? Prime example would be how AAVE became TikTok slang, right? And no one thinks anything about that. Because people don't understand, white people don't understand their culture as white culture or white supremacist culture. For all the jokes we make about how white people have no culture, they do. And it's white supremacy. And people think that there is a regular or normal culture. Case in point, you have fucking Vosh with his takes on beauty standards, right? But Pyro's in here, so after we finish this TikTok, we're gonna get Pyro up in here.
A prime example of that is hip-hop. What used to be a vibrant, thriving cultural movement was then co-opted by the whites and has now been reduced to a little more than mediocre rappers. And today, in 2022, this video cannot be played in certain states because politicians who suffer from whites' superiority disorder have passed laws banning this type of conversation. That's why these historically accurate conversations are important, so that information like this is never forgotten. Hey, good morning.
So that was that, and I hope you all learned something from that, as much as I learned from the shit anyway. And just for extra credit, before we get into, oh, never mind, there's a part 2. We're gonna watch some FD content for some extra credit.
Hey, good morning. One of the most important things to remember in conversations about epigenetics is that you were carried in your grandmother's womb. True story. I'll let Dr. Vora explain.
So let's say this is your maternal grandma when she was pregnant with your mom. This is the fetus of your mom in her womb. And in that fetus is her little baby ovary. And her baby ovary already contains all the eggs that go on to become her kids, i.e. you. So anything that your maternal grandmother went through in her pregnancy directly impacted your mom, which in turn directly impacted the egg that went on to become you. Similarly, when you're pregnant, if you have a female fetus, then that baby has already her ovaries with her eggs, and those eggs go on to become your grandkids. So anything that you experience, what you eat, how you manage stress, what you go through in your pregnancy directly impacts your kid, and if it's a female fetus, impacts your grandkids.
Hey, good morning. One of the most important things to remember.
So there's that, and then let's get to the extra credit.
This may be surprised, but if you ask me, white men probably fetishize black men's bodies the most. Although not.
Just because I'll never pass on an opportunity to prove what a fucking idiot Vosh is. Let's back it up to the beginning.
This may be surprised, but if you ask me, white men probably fetishize black men's bodies the most. Although not always sexually from a space of gratification, but through this vicarious consumption of black men's bodies. We see it mostly to me in sports, but also in porn, in the arts, etc. We see it in how white men sexualize and castrated black men during lynches. And the most heinous acts of white terrorism from the past, from Rosewood to Tulsa to St. Louis, were often in the name of protecting the virtue of white women from black men. Basically, since slavery, black men's sexuality has been imprisoned by this intersection of racist and misandrous violence. And over time, as with many cultural taboos, in a conservative society, it has turned into genuine fetish and kink. Myths about the size of black men's penis, black men as excellent lovers, the celebration of idealized black men's physiques, a bevy of sex toys meant to resemble the mythologized, disembodied phallus of black men, along with more than a few jokes, tropes, and myths about black men's sexuality. Things that aren't only fetishized by white men and women, but men and women of all races, black women included, and black men as well. Black men today still participate in and or reject this image and what that means for us in terms of sex. To start, and this is something that will be repeated, of all the things stripped from us as men, this mythology is one thing that, while distorted, we still have some level of agency over, and in many ways it's a key component to some of us finding avenues for success and personal capital through our arts. This may be surprised, but if you ask me, white men.
But why listen to people like FD Signifier or, Levert when you could just fucking listen to Vosh, who is never read any of this and never experienced anything about this, But this was kind of interesting too. Let's go ahead and check this out. I kind of want to show you all this.
Have you ever heard of fishhook theory? See, a lot of people want to talk about horseshoe theory, and this is the idea that if you go far enough left or far enough right, you always wind up at fascism. This idea, first of all, comes from a profound lack of understanding of what fascism is. And this is understandable considering it's a political ideology that is younger than some people.
So, people will constantly mistake authoritarianism for fascism. I think he actually says this, but I'm gonna just let the video cook.
But fascism, by its very nature, is a right-wing ideology. Now, some people will point to the fact that some fascists throughout history started off in left-wing parties and then went over to right-wing and fascist parties. Mussolini is a great example. He started off as a socialist. However, Mussolini, from the beginning of his political career, showed fascist tendencies and ideologies. He worshipped action and violence for the sake of doing them. Very Black Knight energy. And that sort of ideology directly opposes pretty much all leftist theory. And while authoritarianism isn't exclusively fascist, all fascists are exclusively authoritarian. And if you read Umberto Eco's work on the 14 traits of fascism, you will see the difference between left and right-wing authoritarianism. And the thing is, authoritarianism really has nothing to do with where you fall in the political spectrum between left and right. But that's a video for another day. This brings us to centrists and fishhook theory. The dirty trick of the far right is appealing to the centrist.
Remember this when you talk about people who like to argue with fascists to appeal to people that they perceive to be in the quote-unquote center.
Do this by bombarding you with just the most vile right-wing shit. Just constantly screaming the quiet parts out loud, along with a healthy dose of mis and disinformation. And so by juxtaposition, this makes further right-leaning policy seem more palatable. And so the far right rhetoric gets further right and the cycle continues. And as the far right gets further right and starts to normalize more and more extremist views, the centrist seeks to find equilibrium, find balance between left and right. And so somebody who would have been considered like just a regular liberal 10 years ago is treated like some kind of radical leftist today because the goalposts have moved so far. And one of the key factors of fascism is appropriating aspects of other movements, thus trying to appeal to the center and curling that right edge back around to the middle, like a fishhook. So the next time somebody asks you why being a centrist is bad or says something about horseshoe theory, ask them, have you ever heard of fishhook theory?
That is what it is. Let's talk to Pyro. What up, Brody? You there?
Oh shit, I did not expect that, bro. I'm cleaning all my shit right now.
Oh, no, you good.
Bro, I've been vibing with this fucking content so far, man. You've been putting it out.
Because, like I said, the last couple of weeks to months have been different, you know what I mean? Since the conversation with Shark and shit, and a lot of it being, ongoing shit that's been happening with like Stardust and yada yada yada, whatever. And that was never what my platform was supposed to be or be about. So even though people were like, I'm still rocking with you, your shit's still dope, I wasn't meeting my own personal standards. So I had to be like, you know what? Let me get back with the shits. Let me just bar niggas down. Let me do classic Endless Cemetery streams again, where it's just bars, and bars for like 2-3 hours straight. Then maybe I'll hit y'all with like 30 minutes of video games. What up, Heavy
Bro,
T?
I feel that. Now I've been watching this shit, and you go off about the white supremacist culture, and it's like I didn't even know this shit was. They called this shit a culture. I just it's white supremacy, bro. You said it.
I mean,
said in your video, like it's literally just the norm, and I view that like with capitalism, imperialism, right? Like it's so far it's the norm, like bro, like unless you actually take the time to think about it, you just gonna live under that.
Right. I was gonna say it's not even that we didn't think about it as culture. It's just that we thought about it as that so fucking much. It wasn't even worth adding that word to the end of white supremacy because we know what it is already.
Right, I'm just like I hear that word and I'm just like, oh, so you mean like society in general?
Right, yeah,
the world.
Right, yeah, but this goes back to conversations that you were present for that I was having that we were talking about with String Puller, where he's talking about where like American schools straight up they're just white people factories, right? And we understand that because we know what it is, but like people like niggas like Vosh and shit, like what the fuck do you mean white people factory? Huh? Hey stupid, how do you make a black person white? Ask Rhizome. Ask Shark.
I mean, like the idea in itself, and I said this in chat, and like I'm gonna say it again on stream, like the idea that white supremacy just means you hate others. Like, bro, I don't need to hate you to think I'm superior.
Exactly.
Like, and that's one of the key traits. Like, I've had like talking to some of these white supremacists on Discord. Like, it's like, yeah, the whole Daryl Davis shtick. Like, nah. There are motherfuckers who will outright to your face be like, "No, I don't hate you for you." Like,
straight up, it's
you're just a Negro.
Yeah.
And it's just like, whoa, buddy. And then they go on the trance like, "Oh, you're one of the good ones, though. Don't worry, though. Don't worry."
Right.
And it's like they still think they're superior. They still take away a bit of my humanity. So it's just like, bro, what the fuck is this craziness that you humanizing?
And it's not even that. You don't have to hate someone to exploit them. You don't even necessarily have to view yourself as superior to exploit them. Right? The analogy I gave to that one fucking... I shouldn't fucking call them names and shit because they seemed cool. But there was someone that was in here that said that. I was like, what are you talking about? White supremacists hate people. They wouldn't procreate with darker skinned people, blah, 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 blah. And I said, incels absolutely fucking despise women. That is not up for debate. But guess what's the number one thing that they want to do more than anything in the world?
They gon' fuck, bro.
Right.
You know they gon' fuck.
Right. So it's like, it's just a silly fucking, like I said, it's motherfuckers who stopped learning about shit in like 8th grade. They watched the MLK cartoon and they were like, dope, that's it. And then they watched Vosh and they were like, sweet, I'm a leftist now.
Oh, see, like that's for me. Like, that's one of the reasons I try not. Like, I've learned. I'm not gonna say I try not to, because this would like, nah. I had to learn this. Like, these motherfuckers just do not know what the fuck they're talking
Oh
about.
yeah, I
Like,
this was something I learned too, and then have to still remind myself of because I get too horny to
for
have
the content,
not even for the content, for the fucking conversations, bro. For
bro.
what we're doing right now doesn't even have to be in public. Just to talk with other niggas or other people in general who know what the fuck we're talking about. And
Bro, thank you.
every time I'm like, okay, you're an idiot. My bad. You were out here memeing. You're branding. You're grifting. My fault. I'm gonna let you do you, doggy. Get your paper. Get your checks. Chase a bag.
No, it's just like I listen to these people, and then like the way they talk about this shit, they talk about it like it's some antiquated shit that's in the past. And like one of the things, because like I was watching your stream earlier and you were talking about the race, and I had something to think about, because like I forget something you said, but like it was something you said and it got me thinking for a long time while I was at work. Like, bruh, if you think about it, in America, we ain't have time to have this fucking conversation, because it was slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, chattel slavery, and then like 80 years of fucking Jim Crow, where they didn't take shit seriously. They just not gonna take it seriously. It's just uppity Negroes and shit like that. And now we have equality, and like, what's the answer we get when we try and actually sit down and talk about the shit we've been talking about with each other for generations?
Right.
It's the same type of shit. Oh, it was so long ago. It's in the past. Why do you need to be, living so far back? Are we gonna have to atone for everything
Why
in
are you
history? And it's
guys
like,
segregating yourselves?
and it's like, damn, it's almost like my grandmother was a literal fucking sharecropper. So like, yeah, there's not been time to really talk about this. My grandmother's talking to me about this shit, and this is some shit that just hit me the other day. Like,
And I
the
mean,
way our grandparents talk to us, they're doing it on their deathbed. Like, they know they're gonna die soon, and they're just like, yo, sorry,
but even beyond that, because I was like, that's what you're saying is correct. But think about what we just watched. You didn't have to experience that, or they couldn't have said a fucking word to you about any of that shit. But you were there for it, or some part of you, or what became you was there for it. So you have to deal with the effects of that. Whether that's your development, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we all have to grow out of that. And likewise, we're talking about the culture. That's what's his name said. Like, that's why you got the fucking Karens and Dougs and shit, is because their grandparents were out here doing the papers please shit. So they popped out of the room on the I'm calling the police. I see some black children. Time for me to call it police time. But Jane's message said, yes, it's the constant exploitation. This is how it works. It's their entitlement being expressed through exploitation that is built into the systems we all interface with. This is like and this is why I brought it back to the fucking Occupy shit, because that's how I feel like, at least that's how I started getting shipped into shape and stopped fucking with Stefan Molyneux and got down with some real actual anarchism, and how a lot of people from that period of time, outside the Arab Spring and shit, got motivated, because we are the 99% is fucking perfect. That branding, that messaging is like chef's kiss. It don't matter who the fuck you are. I was into it. Trans people were into it. But that's who it represents, because it gets to the point of the fact that all this shit exists, or it was invented to benefit a very specific few white men, and continues to exist in the modern age as an aftermath of that, of course, but still continuing to benefit a specific small number of white men.
Oh, see, you tailored that and you fixed that. I wouldn't have even bothered. Like, yeah, no, it's just a system that has lingered on for so long, and it still benefits white people. It was made to benefit white people. It's still, if I have a fucking truck and I leave it alone for 50 years, does it transform into Optimus Prime? No, it's a fucking truck.
No, but the thing is still that if you don't maintain the truck, it's still gonna fall the fuck apart. But you can throw some D's.
True.
You can throw some D's on that bitch. You can throw a snorkel on that bitch. You can lift that bitch. Right?
All we did was throw a new color of paint on it, bro. We changed the fender. We fixed the tire. We called that shit.
Not even. That's what I'm saying. Is that's what's her name? Okun, Dr. Okun from the fucking which is a wild ass name for black shit. But from he was talking about the white supremacy fucking culture. She's saying that it was adapted. It continues to adapt by the people in power. So they didn't just put on a new coat of paint. They threw some D's on that bitch.
Bro.
They lifted it. They put turbo in it. They put a whistle tip on that bitch. They threw a snorkel on it. They rolling coal. They going crazy with that truck.
So this is a question because like that point she made, it's something I've been thinking to myself like since I've started actually taking the time out to read history in the United States and civil rights shit. Because it's like, bro, we got the big one, the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King, I Have a Dream, yada yada yada.
All the shit from the cartoon we watched in like middle school.
Yeah, exactly. And then that shit, for all intents and purposes, just stopped. We had it for, a couple years into the 70s, and then around the 80s, mid 80s, it fucking stopped. And the question I've been wondering is like because I watched it happen during like 2020 and 2021 with the, protests and shit. How do you have another civil rights movement when the system has adapted to all of the methods that worked during the last time? Peaceful protests, well, they're not going to air those anymore because they know what cops are going to do. All they're going to do is show the rioting. All they're going to do is show the looting. They're going to make you scared. They're not going to let these people air their message, and they're going to do the shit that they did with Wall Street and the Occupy Wall Street. They're going to take the dumbest individuals out of the crowd who are just there because they were on their way to work or some shit, and they're going to interview them and make them look stupid. So for me, it's like, how do you get a movement off the ground? How are we supposed to get this movement off the ground if no one, and I mean no one in this platform, the people who are supposed to be our allies and shit, are talking about the fact that, yeah, the system has updated and evolved to this. We can't do the same shit again. Like, we did the Martin Luther King route. We left some routes on the bypass.
What up, nasty
and now
lady?
we got to do it a fucking again. Because you got trans people coming into the mix and they're losing their rights. They, with the repealing of the protections on Roe v. Wade, we saw what they're coming for next. They're coming for shit like gay marriage. They're coming for shit that's just not protected by amendments, but, implicit rights. So, like, good luck with your interracial marriage once they get down to it.
And shit. They've already said, they've already made references to that type of shit. And it's
exactly.
So it gotta be like how it was back then, more or less, because the COINTELPRO shit is serious, right? Like, speaking specifically about the Baltimore Black Panther Party from like the 60s. Eddie Conway founded that shit, but the people who founded it with were literally feds who were just trying to find out who the political agitators were, so they could do the hit them with the FBI, right? Do what they do. Assassinate, deport, or fucking whatever, get them out the way, right?
Yeah.
And so, the letter that J. Edgar Hoover wrote to the San Francisco PD about the
Oh, wait, can I cut you off real quick? Because I'm reading the chat right now. I just want to make it clear for any Twitch staff, any Klimp chimpers that are listening. No, I do not advocate for violent protests and, actual rioting and blah, 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 blah. No fucking shit. I don't advocate for that shit. I'm talking about in the ways of peaceful protest, what are some other ways we can get to work that have been adapted to? That's all I'm talking about. No fucking violent shit. Jesus Christ.
So I think that, and this gets into something that I tweeted about anarchism too, is where when I say anarchism, you think throwing Molotovs and fighting in the streets and so on and so forth, when what I really mean to say is that's community gardens and street medics and et cetera, and horizontal distribution of power and resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing applies here, where what up, Toothbrush Skips? This is the homie Pyro Tyrant. But what I was gonna say is, the letter that J. Edgar Hoover wrote to the San Francisco PD was talking about how the example that they have to set is that, and I'm paraphrasing here, but the example that they have to set is that they have to strive to be the selected Negro, right? People have to understand that it's better to be an athlete or a singer or a fucking jeweler or whatever than it is to be a revolutionary. And people who want to be revolutionaries need to understand that they will be dead revolutionaries. That last bit was verbatim from his letter, right? If you're a revolutionary, we will make you a dead revolutionary, right? And so the spirit of that lives on to where we have this fucking crabs in the barrel mentality. FD Signifier just did content about how black capitalism is not going to save us, because that right there is what we're up against. Fred Hampton himself fucking talked about it. He's like, you don't beat capitalism with black capitalism, you beat it with socialism, and fucking had some choice words about what he would do to black people who call themselves black capitalists, right? So
Yeah.
that is the thing that fucked us up, right? Is not just infiltration from the government, but the setting up of that avenue of, hey, we know white supremacy culture has been fucking you, but here's an avenue for you to not get fucked as hard and maybe even benefit from it a little bit. That's why we have crabs in the barrel ass niggas now. And to answer the question of how do we do the shit, it's the same way we always did it, right? Because just like the state's always been there to adapt and come up with new ways to oppress us, that's the doomer pill shit. That's the copium. The hopium is the fact that it never fucking mattered, because guess what? It's still niggas. We still out here. Because we always, whether it was, guess what? Y'all are out here organizing fucking slave revolts and shit. Anybody who says a fucking word is getting whipped, getting their hands cut off, or whatever. I needed to be dead fucking quiet out here when I come out here. What did niggas do? We started doing our cornrows in specific ways, right?
Yeah.
They said, I don't want to see no fucking Orisha or Vodun or none of that shit out here. Y'all niggas better be out here worshiping Jesus fucking Christ. And what do? Oh no, this ain't the Lord. These the saints. Master, these are the saints. Don't you see? We're worshiping Saint Christopher or whatever dumb shit, right? We did that. We as on point as the government and the state has been, it's always just been a reaction to our resistance. And that's where I think we win, is the fact, and this is why niggas say we need to gatekeep more shit. As dope as much solidarity as I have with white trans people, with white women, so on and so forth, all those people whose rights are now suddenly threatened, niggas have been going through that since day one, right? And this is why we talk about gatekeeping the sauce, is because people will co-opt that shit ASAP. Motherfuckers will, it's part of the fucking 15 traits, right? Motherfuckers love to be the face of some shit. Love to be the face of
I'm
some
gonna be real. That's it, like, cause like with that whole, cause like you were mentioning intersectionality earlier in the stream, it's like one thing I have a problem with, and it's not even thinking about, cause like I feel like I can analyze this pretty well, like, you know, being a marginalized person in America, I have a hard time trying to talk to people about the intersectionality of like the supremacy, the whole like white supremacy model, like that whole intersection, like just like you can be intersected with, you know, you're trans, you're black, you can be intersected with like, yo, you're trans, but you're white. You're gay, but you know you present a certain way and shit like that.
That's what I was trying to. That's the avenue we went down where Shark wasn't trying to have an honest conversation about that shit. Where I was like, yo, like, white queer people, they don't get to interface, and this is how fucking dumbass Vosh didn't understand what I was trying to say either, which is that cis heteronormativity is under the umbrella of white supremacy, right? That's what we just read.
100%.
They intersect, right? So when I say that white queer people do not get to interface with white supremacy, they don't get all the same benefits of white supremacy just because they're white, because they don't fit into the model of what whiteness is supposed to be, right? You understand that when I say it. It makes sense to everybody watching this now. When you're listening, this honestly it doesn't. But that's what we're talking about. So when I say that gentrifiers are white people, because they are, right? The people who would be forced to be into a lower class like that are going to be the lowest class of white people. That's going to obviously be poor people, but it's also going to include white people who exist on the margins of white culture. Trans people, queer people, disabled people, etc., 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 right? So
Yeah.
that's what it is. Like, cool, you're down, and I appreciate the struggle and the solidarity in terms of the queerness factor or neurodivergence factor or whatever intersection with white supremacy culture we share that we experience exploitation from. But at the end of the day, you're still white, fam.
And that's the shit I've had problems explaining to like literally just like all of my white friends. And it's the same kind of energy that I forget her name and I fucking hate myself, but like the lady gave when the white guy was just like, give free advice to white people.
That was the
It's
most
usually
tone deaf shit I could have imagined.
it's the
someone responding that way.
most tone deaf shit, but like it's also the same reaction I have when like something will go down and then like I react a certain way. Like an example I can give is like a friend of mine got arrested for shoplifting. As a black person, I'm like, yo, the heart palpitations. I'm like,
Oh,
yo, you
fuck yeah.
good? What the fuck do you need? Do you need me to call? You need me to call your fiance, let him know? Like, what's up? And they're just like laughing it off. And it's just like, I have to laugh it off and then remember, like, yeah, you're white. You're gonna have a different experience with the
fuck
police.
yeah.
And like, I can either be upset that you're not taking this as seriously as I am, or like, I can just go about my fucking day. Because honestly, explaining that, like, no, I'm mad at you because, like, as a black person, I deal with this shit and then you don't. And then, like, having to go through that conversation, it's a fucking headache. It's a fucking headache. And the idea that, like, in these streaming circles, in these communities, it's one of the reasons I don't like doing these panels anymore. It's like the fact that it's, like, expected that the energy of a person of color or a marginalized person, like, no, you have to sit here and explain why you're a fucking human to me. You do it now. It's like, go fuck yourself, first of all. And second of all, and the horse you rode in on, go fuck yourself. Because, like, no, what the fuck kind of bullshit is that? No, you need to explain to me why I'm human. No, how about you just be a decent fucking person? Like, it's not that fucking hard. I don't like a bunch of traits from people. It's just like, they're still fucking people, though.
That came, and part of the reason I know, because you're talking that, but let me chill. That conversation in particular comes from, or is relevant to another post that, it was one of the last things I quote retweeted from someone else, because I'm not trying to fucking paint any of the people I'm about to talk about negatively. It's just I'm saying this for the sake of the conversation because it happened and motherfuckers know about it. When I quote retweeted Merrick, it was a thing that SDL retweeted. That was that meme. We might have already talked about it, but it was that meme of that person being like, it's not my job to educate you. Google is free. Da 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 da. And then that
I saw it. I don't think we talked about it, but I did see that.
Yeah, but that's this because if it just said like leftist content creators or like online leftists or whatever, would have had no problem with it. Would have honestly made sense to me. But the fact that people are so the myopia is that we have an inclination to say leftists and think primarily of activists or who we perceive to be activists and not the people that those people are doing the fucking activism for, right?
Yeah.
It can lead you to hairy ass conclusions. Case in point, when those people are the activists and you're doing shit like telling Toni Morrison after she gets finished talking about how exhausting it is to exist in that society of constantly being exploited, that she should open herself up to more exploitation.
Yeah, just give free, advice to white people. What could go wrong with that? It's never gone wrong before.
That erudite QRT, nah, fuck her. I'll impugn her character. She's fucking stupid. That shit she's on.
Please, like, it's your stream. I'll let you segue into that because, like, that shit's fucking funny, bro. I did some research on that type of shit, and it's like, bro.
It's like, it's the motherfuckers who are like, they haven't thought twice about the fact that no matter how often or when you call the man to come fix the ice cream machine at McDonald's, it breaks 2 weeks later, like clockwork. And then you find out the ice cream machine fixer guy has been the one breaking it this whole fucking time. These
Bro,
people want to talk to these Nazis and want to do this shit because if TOS was appropriately applied, if TOS was appropriately applied, or we actually fucking this universe time skipped or reality skipped into another universe where motherfuckers were actually about something, and all of the people, all those like Nick Fuentes and et cetera types got redacted overnight, those people's channels will fucking evaporate 24 hours later.
Oh, we saw what happened when, because like I know what the redacted is, when you get banned off of social media. We saw what happened when, Destiny
Yeah,
left
let's say that.
social media. We saw what happened when Destiny got banned off of fucking Twitch. Half the fucking political streamers and shit dried the fuck up overnight.
Oh yeah.
Over fucking night, and all you got left are like your literally your content hustlers, like your Irrelevance, your Chud Logics, your Stardust motherfuckers whose unironic jobs it is to sit down and watch videos,
Right.
and and hope people give them money.
And that was Stardust, completely lacking in self-awareness, talking in one of our first conversations about how leftists don't want to talk to her, right? And then she blocks me and unblocks me just to ask me if I want to be on this weird-ass fucking lol drama.
See, I was here for that. That shit was fucking funny.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? You're talking about boo-hoo, none of the leftists, none of the other minorities want to talk to me, but when you invite people to talk to you, it's to do that, and then you wonder why they don't want to talk to you. And
like let's be specific. It wasn't just like lol. It wasn't just like lol, call, ha ha ha, normal pen. It was literally like, hey, do you want to come on a panel specifically organized to shit on me?
Yeah, right.
You want to come shit on me? I'm not gonna kink shame. Not gonna kink shame.
And that's
don't get me into
and that's just endemic to the thing that we're talking about. She couldn't even get leftists who hated her to all come dogpile her. None of us were interested. She had to completely change what she had scheduled because nobody wants to do that shit. The Nazis are the only people she can fucking talk to. And the same goes with a lot of these people. The only people that they can interact with, either because of some weird internal malice that they won't admit to, or because they're afraid of looking stupid, because it should be fairly obvious that someone like Hunter fucking Avalon sitting next to me talking about black issues is probably going to look a little bit fucking silly with some of the shit that they talk about, despite the fact that they have to present themselves as an authority on the topic, right? These people have that same issue. They're all boring ass white people with the same problem. Whether they liked it or not, or at least for a certain period of time in their life, they were defined by white supremacy. There's nothing special or unique about them, right? They just exist in a space where mediocrity is rewarded from white people, right?
I'll say it right now, right here, and I don't care who fucking clips it. A lot of the streamers that most people watch, and you can check the analytics, you can check the statistics, you can go on your fact-finding spree, because I know all the stream fucks love it. It's predominantly, and this word specifically is my opinion, but mediocre, decent-talking white dudes in their late 20s to early 30s. That's who these streamers are. That's who they are. So that tells me all you need to do to get popular in this space, and it's one of the reasons I haven't, is because I'm not a mediocre, okay-ish looking white guy who can speak well. I'm a mediocre, okay-ish looking black guy who can speak well. And that doesn't do well in these types of fucking spaces, right? My boy Enla's been at it for fucking how long?
A decade almost at this point.
Almost a fucking decade. Where's the Vosh level viewers? Where's all the leftists talking about the cause, getting ready to donate for some Baltimore action? Where's all these fucking leftists? No, it's because they want to hop behind people who can speak better than they can, and they want to feel good for listening to it. It's the same type of shit.
This is the shit that Jane the Message Jane the Message has called it out. It's perfect. Cruel wit. It's just cruel wit. Anthony Johnson. Hold up. Let me see. That was the first slave owner? Where do you know who the first Supreme Court justice was? Nah, Wolf, chill out. I want to ask him. Sly, do you know who the first Supreme Court justice was?
Oh, my dude's really pulling this card. Okay. Come on, Sly, answer the question. You was a big man a while ago. Anthony Johnson. Come on, let's do it.
You don't follow the courts too much, honestly. Do you want me to tell you who the first Supreme Court justice was? It's cool. I mean, no judgment.
I'm a judge.
I won't judge you because I didn't know who the first Supreme Court justice was until fairly recently.
It was my mom.
You want to know though? Sure. All right. So, the first Supreme Court justice was Justice Dick in your mouth. Get that ass banned. Don't ever fucking come on my channel with that dumb shit ever in your fucking life.
Damn. God. Damn. God fucking. This is actually a perfect example of the cruel wit, and I'm gonna steal it from Jane the Message. I'm gonna steal it from Jane the Message. This is the type of shit I'm talking about. This is that screamer ass brain shit where like you'll be up there debating Vosh on, or you know, whichever one of these mediocre white boys on this shit, and then they'll pull out some like weird fucking fact like, oh, did you know that Andrew Johnson was a black man who owned slaves in America? And it's just like, bro. Yes, I did. But does that change the whole setup of the American, society? Does that change the whole history of our nation whatsoever?
Hold up.
Was that even remarkably... Go ahead.
I gotta throw this out there just because I'm petty and I Wikipedia them, and I gotta throw this out there because you'll know why. But the second paragraph of his Wikipedia article in the intro says, he later became a tobacco farmer in Maryland. He attained great wealth after completing his term as indentured servant, not a slave, and has been referred to as the Black Patriarch of the first community of Negro property owners in America.
Yeah, that's just how they, when I give you the fact, I can't be bothered to read the full Wikipedia article endless. Like, that'd be too much for a leftist like me. Like, I'm just a good leftist. So I only read the first part because, it agrees with me. Jeez. It's just like whenever any one of these motherfuckers bring up how, just and glorious it was we got into World War II, I need everyone in the audience to remember why we got into that war and how. It wasn't because, people were being killed. It wasn't because of the whole... It was because money. And we got attacked for... we didn't declare war on Germany. They declared war on us after we did. So it's like, bruh, this cruel wit shit? No. Fuck it. Fuck it. And I'm glad we got the example in chat right now. It's just like, you thought you was going to come in here and change the conversation. It's like, what did you accomplish? Nothing. You just got this dick in your mouth. That's what you got.
You got that ass banned, and mission accomplished. If you're gonna go to your buddies and be like, "Endless banned me," cool, dude. Make another account so I can ban you again. He won himself a plantation.
He won himself a plantation.
I just finished reading his whole Wikipedia. Apparently, the dude was not enslaved. He was an indentured servant that when he became free, and I was skimming it, so I didn't read it, but I don't know if he actually officially owned any slaves. He was just simply acknowledged as having the right to own slaves. And him owning slaves is a weird juxtaposition with the knowledge that he is also considered the patriarch of Negro fucking... You know what I mean? Like, he fucking did all that shit for middle-class black people. There's a lot of things that's something that people fucking forget, is that the black middle class has existed for a long time in terms of what you think of when I say the word middle class, because there is no such thing as middle class. Let's keep it 1,000. There's the capitalist class and the fucking, the proletariat class, the exploited class, the labor class.
I love this comment in your chat. Controversial take. America is the OG dad of Nazi Germany. That's not a hot take. That's room temperature. That's room temperature water, bruh.
Right.
Get this room temp milk out of here.
This is lotion, bro. You just gave me lotion.
My man just sat up here and gave me fucking peroxide talking about give me the hot take, bro. Get this shit. Yeah, bro. They don't, and the one thing, I love this bit because like they don't tell
Manifest,
you that.
yeah, Manifest Destiny walked so
Oh,
Lebensraum could run. We know this.
Manifest Destiny, then you get your really obscure shit. Knights of the Golden Circle.
Yo,
Where you had all the where you
was
had
it
all
you that
them.
was talking to me about that? I think it was you.
Yep.
Yep. I'm trying to look into
Cause,
that too.
Cause like I love looking because like I'm a Civil War, mock historian. I got like a
I'm gonna let
semester
you cook
left.
on that for a minute because I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
I bet. Like it's wild. These fucking motherfuckers in the Confederacy. They don't teach you this in high school, but those motherfuckers did not plan to take the North. Their plan wasn't to like win the war and take the whole country. What their plan was, more insidious in my opinion, is literally they wanted to win the war, hold on to their independence, and then they would slowly colonize down Central America, and they had thoughts about taking South America, and they were to set up an entire empire based around white supremacy and slavery. And when people tell you that, like, yeah, no, Nazi Germany, they got their ideas from America. Like, they weren't just looking at like the typical manifest destiny shit that we all know and hate. They're looking at shit like that they just don't teach you. That yeah, the losers of the fucking the Civil War, their entire plan was just like, yeah, we're gonna go take over more brown people's shit. But you never hear about that shit. Never. It's just one of the many failures of a fucking American education. That, and they won't tell you that, like, yeah, when they sold out fucking black people in Reconstruction, they really sold them niggas out. I mean, like, yo, it was like the epitome of a backroom deal with the nigga Andrew Johnson signing that shit. Like, these motherfuckers during them days,
Andrew Johnson.
they ain't care about fucking black people, bro.
They
like,
really,
they did not.
Because I told you, I don't know if I've said it on stream, but I want to do some stuff about the American Colonization Society.
Yeah,
they were on that same tip. They were the original ethnostaters. They were the original put the niggas back on a boat and ship them back to Africa.
Didn't they? Like, yeah, I was reading about them earlier in the week, and it's like
Liberia is still fucked up because of that.
They started fucking exportations of Negroes. And I'm gonna use the word, right? Historically accurate,
Oh, yeah,
it's the fucking word they used to describe people when they were being nice. So yeah, like in the time, what they would do is they put these Negroes on the ships and they'd ship them off to Liberia. You know when the last shipment stopped of that endless? I'll let you guess.
Of Negroes to Africa or to the United States for slaves?
To Africa.
I'm gonna get it wrong, but I want to say like the early to mid 1800s.
1904.
I was kind of close. I was in the same
Kind of,
lifetime.
kind of close, but like they started that shit in 1874.
So I was late because I thought they started doing that shit. What it makes sense though, because Nat Turner's rebellion was what 1830, and
Yeah.
a lot of the railroad infrastructure was starting to get implemented and built in like 1835, 1810 after that. So they were probably like, we got all this shit we want to keep, and we got all these niggas we don't. Let's do something about this.
Oh, it's really wild because like the one thing that got like their movement successful because like they were planning this shit and they were advocating like, yo, we don't want slavery, but like we don't want Negroes either. It really got kicked off after the Civil War because it's like that was one of Lincoln's plans
I
to
was just
begin
about
with. Like,
to say that, yeah. Lincoln,
like, yo,
the
let's ship them back to Africa.
Yeah, the ACS was low key one of his
Pet projects.
Yeah, that's funny. We were both gonna say that.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I say, and I think I said this last stream, I'm glad Lincoln died when he did. Because if he didn't, he would have been the one to fuck up shit. Like, I'm glad we get like one nice white guy to remember as the great emancipator. Then he got fucking shot. And that's what needs to happen. Like, bro, you gonna get fucking shot. Like that's just it, bro. You freed the slaves, you got fucking shot.
Right.
And now we remember you as this great person. Because like if you weren't shot, my nigga, you would have been worse than Andrew Johnson. Like you would have given these motherfuckers everything they needed to take back control. And again, like my great grandma.
Correct me if I'm wrong. He gave the slave owners reparations too, right?
He gave the slave owners reparations. Yeah, he gave the slave owners reparations and like a good portion of the top command, the top brass of the
I
Confederacy.
was just about
He
to say, I'm sure he paid
just
war
didn't throw.
reparations too.
No, he just didn't throw them in jail. Like they got their war reparations and shit. Like they got to go back to their communities.
I was just about to say, like, after you do some shit like Fort Pillow, if you don't go to jail, that's a fucking worth $1 million worth of game.
Jail? Jail? We're talking about historical events, my fella. So this isn't break. Jail is too light in 1860 something for a Fort Pillow, my nigga.
Well, I mean, Fort Pillow was okay, because Fort Pillow was literally a fucking war crime by definition.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying like that. No, you don't go to jail for
that-
something like a Fort fucking Pillow.
Yeah, that nigga Nathan Bedford Forrest should have been swinging like a Negro, but you know he got to fucking to do his thing and start the Klan. Got to start the Klan. Got to come home from the war and start the Klan.
Bro, and like that's one thing I will advise you and every person to do, like every black person to do. Look up that motherfucker. Look up, Nathan Bedford Forrest. Look up his history and then watch as, around 1870s, 1880s, and like the early 1900s, the Klan itself started to turn on him because that nigga wasn't going as racist and as hard as they would like. So
it was an MLM. A lot of people don't know that the Klan was originally an MLM. They were out here selling Klan branded sheets and fucking hoods and shit. Like, the Klan was originally like the fucking Slim Fast or like the fucking herbal tea of white supremacist culture back in the days.
Bro, like they talk about locker room talk now. Like that's what them niggas had after the Civil War. They had locker room talk and they soiled mama's bed sheets. And that's what they wore to their Klan meetings because they was too scared of black people to like face them face to face.
Oh yeah.
Like that's what they had to fucking do. Like that's all it was. Y'all were scared and y'all didn't want to do shit.
That was in the TikTok with all the headlines of niggas running up on Klan meetings and shit. Like that's why they had to gather at night with the hoods and shit. It's not because they were scared of the police. Motherfucker, they are the police. It's not because they were scared of the neighbors and shit, because motherfucker, they are the neighbors. They had control over popular culture. The reason why they wore the hoods and hid and did all that shit under cover of night and et cetera, is because niggas was on that ass. We were not fucking happy. We did not take... When motherfuckers say we're not our ancestors, they're fucking up. Because our ancestors got busy with the Klan. Got extra busy.
Bruh. All I'm saying is like, given like the history of like that time period, it's one of the reasons I will say like Ulysses S. Grant was not a perfect man. He was racist as shit. He was born in that time. But bro, when it came to fucking black people and civil rights, that was the nigga. That was the only motherfucker that's like, oh word, we have motherfuckers in bed sheets going around terrorizing citizens. Nah, call in the fucking army, bro.
Right.
That's the motherfucker right there. That's the motherfucker where you saw like the first 3-4 not Supreme Court, but like Congress seats that black people held. It was that nigga. And then like he left and it got sold out from up under him.
I got a fucking hilarious ass TikTok about the Civil War too, and like the
bet
Civil War military. I'm gonna pull it up on stream really quick because I don't know if you'll be able to hear it. Hang on. Let me just drag this shit over. Oh wait, what the fuck? Oh, because I have. There we go. All right. So, what in the fuck is happening?
White supremacy culture, man. They coming for you.
All right, here we go. All right, here it is. Ready? All right, I'm gonna put the sound on. We're hitting play now.
All right, bet.
It was a TikTok. Someone's responding to a comment. It is widely accepted the South had a better pool of generals. Reverse the generals and the Union wins in a year and a half tops. So that was the remark that was made. And this dude is drinking because it's driving him to drink. So here we go.
Bruh.
What possible argument could allow for a valid conclusion that Southerners are better generals than Northerners? The water in Virginia is different than the water in Ohio? I don't
I'm on a
think
bit
so.
of a delay, so forgive.
There's no real difference. What's led to that is that people tend to focus on the Eastern Theater, that is the Virginia Theater, and there the Confederate generals are better until Grant arrives. You have Lee and Stonewall Jackson and James Longstreet and Jeb Stuart. You've got a lot of really good generals. And on the Union side, you've got Joseph Hooker and Ambrose Burnside and Irvin McDowell, and they're not as good. Jorge McClellan. They just don't stack up. But in the West, it's the opposite. You have Grant and Sherman and Sheridan.
He missed the big
and George
one.
Thomas
Oh, there it is. There it is.
on the Union side. And on the Confederate side, let's just say you don't have people like that. But overall, the pools of possible military leaders are
This
very
man's
much
spitting.
similar. Very much similar. The one edge the United States has in the end is that it develops more effective Army commanders than the Confederacy does. For some reason, the Confederacy only ever finds one guy who can really command an army, and he's the guy you're going to be spending a lot of time with, R.E. Lee. It's an easy list to remember. List all the great Confederate Army commanders. Robert E. Lee. Next question.
Really? Bro, this shit's funny as fuck.
List all the great fucking Confederate commanders. Robert E. Lee. There it is. That's it.
And you know the
What up,
funny
revolts?
part about the funny part about the Union Army in the Eastern Theater? It wasn't that they were just bad. It's that the motherfuckers were liberal. They looked at, especially that bitch-ass nigga, governor of New Jersey, George B. McClellan. Fuck that asshole. Fuck that nigga. And that nigga was a pussy. That nigga was straight up, had no fucking foresight whatsoever. Because, this is the motherfucker. And, Lincoln hate aside, Lincoln's out here yo, or score, yo ass should have been out there 7 years ago, my nigga. The fuck you still doing holding back? And this nigga McClellan is like, but they're a countrymen and our brothers. I don't want to make things too hard after the war. And that's why his ass got fucking sacked, bro. Because he wouldn't fucking move. He wouldn't do shit. You look in the letters that Lincoln sent McClellan, and it's constantly nigga Lincoln being like, please, for the love of God, the horses would love it if they actually got to gallop. Shit like that. Old-timey ass insults that are like, yo, that's a fucking burn. And it's like, bro, I remember once he said some shit like, yo, the soldiers are going to be coming home in tears because they weren't even able to see the enemy, let alone fight him. And that's all. And it's just like, bro, fucking move. Just fucking move. Do something, bro. So it's like, yeah, nah. Y'all ain't even get McClellan. He just didn't do anything, bro. We didn't get to see that nigga in action.
Rip. Yeah.
Fucking Confederates.
I'm starting to learn more about the Civil War. My ex, who's my best friend, her father was a reenactor, a Confederate reenactor.
Oh, shit.
He's also from, they're from Pennsylvania. Their family's from Pennsylvania. So,
yeah.
He just knew all kinds of shit. He taught me about, he gave me the book Black Indians for my birthday. He just knows, all types of frontier shit. He's, one of the few white men on planet Earth that I truly, deeply respect. But,
bruh. I will say, for me personally, and this is biased because I study this shit, all the time, a lot of the fucking problems black people face can be pinned, in my opinion, solely on the fact that Reconstruction was sold out from up under us willingly and wholeheartedly so those motherfuckers could get their preferred white guy in office.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to make any grand judgments about how well off we would be, but it's you see just the obvious decline in representation. Beforehand, we're getting, 2, 3 black Supreme Court justices. Afterwards, Jim Crow. We got Jim Crow.
Because there was Thurgood Marshall, you feel me? We was in there. We was definitely in there.
We had him. Whenever people think that racism's over and you get these motherfuckers and these libs telling you that shit, always ask them one question, because this is the question that usually stumps them, and they can't really... Why was Obama only, the 5th black senator? Right? 200 years since slavery, Civil War.
Ask him how come we have to keep... Why do we have to keep reinstating the Civil Rights Act from 1964?
Yeah.
Why is that not just codified?
Why is that not a fucking amendment, bro? And it's just you ask them certain questions like that, and it's shit becomes fucking obvious. Well, it's because the groups don't want it.
Wolf
Off
is
topic.
saying white supremacists are one headache in the U.S. There are straight up conspiracy theorists in India who sell books like Hindu America. Y'all got black Israelites in India? That shit's crazy.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Motherfuckers who swear the black people discovered America first. The
Bro,
tone,
we got.
policing, and civility politics on the left today is direct continuation of Reconstruction appeasement. Oh, yeah. I feel like you kind of, in so many words, just said that. But I would agree with
Yeah.
that, yeah. Fuck yes,
Like,
classy.
it's literally because, like, to go into a bit more, it's not. It's literally just selling out black people to Nazis. Every time you hear, oh, you have to reach across the aisle, it's like, why? When they look at me reaching across the aisle, they don't see a person reaching out. They see a fucking zoo ape trying to get through the glass
Right.
barrier. So, like, why am I gonna interact with that? For them to throw a fucking peanut at me? No,
For them to throw
no.
bananas at me like the Italian niggas in the fucking
Yeah,
soccer
and it's
games.
like we know what happens when there are groups of people in faces of like just anti-human, like just, yeah, I'm just gonna call it that because that works really well. Anti-human behavior, because that's what it is. In the face of this anti-human behavior, we know what happens. Ask the German Association for Jews, right? Like, they thought they would be the ones to get away too. They thought, yo, we're gonna go to Hitler and be like, yeah, we like what you're doing. We recognize that you don't actually hate us and blah blah. And you know what happened?
They became
Not only
Sunder
did
fucking commandos.
not only did they get shut down in 35, but when they got shut down, they dude got the main leader got put into a concentration camp.
Yep.
And it's just like, wow, I wonder why they would do that. Maybe the shit they've been outright saying for, the past couple of years, they
That
just
was
believe it.
that was Stepan Bandera too. The motherfucker that everybody says is like the Ukrainian Nazi or whatever. Like, sure, he was on that fascist shit, but they clapped him too. He did all that shit to hook them up, and as soon as they got to Ukraine, the first fucking thing they did was throw his ass in a concentration camp.
Yeah.
Oh man, they don't
And it's
like
like-
the people they don't like, bro. And there's no way you can get around that. Like, I
No,
don't know.
but like these Twitter leftists and these online pieces of the people who, oh god, the people who stream like this, the Voshes, the Destinies, the Xander Halls, and then the people who intake this content like it's the gods fucking come, like it's God's come on their upper
Cults
lip,
of
right?
personality, yeah.
Yeah. These people, they're not affected by this. Though these are the people, and it's gonna suck to say. That's why
Completely
I'll
fucking optional side quest for them, a lot of this shit.
no, like I'll say it so you don't have to. Even the people who like are gay and shit like that. These are the people who, when the KKK clan come out and they install their Führer, there are people who just get to go and put on their straight white guy clothes. You like. Unironically, like these are people that are gonna get the benefit of the doubt of like, oh, you said some yikesy stuff against our regime. Okay, we're gonna keep an eye on you though. It's gonna be like motherfuckers who are trans, motherfuckers who are persons of color, motherfuckers who are disabled, motherfuckers like that who are just gonna get they're just gonna get it.
And
They've
the
always
fucked up
gotten it through history.
and the fucked up thing is when we say that type of shit, the impulse is to be like, how dare you say that they would make that choice? And it's like me saying that they would make the choice is not the fucking point. The fact of the matter is that choice exists for them where it does not for me. If they don't make that choice, good on them. Cool. There's really no fucking reason not to. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of niggas, like black men, do the what's it called? The Kevin Samuels type shit. Is because engaging in the system in that way is much less harmful to them than if they actually tried to get some solidarity with black women, black trans people, black queer folk, etc., etc. So, yeah, come through,
And, like-
Wolf. I'm probably gonna end in maybe 30 minutes or so because it's 1:30 and I want to play a little bit of Shatterline. But you can come through if you want. People have already made that choice historically. Absolutely, black people have made that choice in the United States of America because of how, as stated previously, dark skin and blackness is a global fucking debuff, especially in America. mixed people from back then, like people with, you know, the high yellow people, or even like
Me?
yeah, right, the medium like brown paper bag people, they would just say they were Algerian or like Indian or something foreign and exotic like that, because being black is that much of a fucking liability.
Unironically, I have stories from like, and I'm not even talking my grandmother. I mean like her sisters, where it's like sometimes, yeah, this is the Algerian, it's the Pakistani. Back in the 50s and shit, you told a motherfucker you were some foreign Middle Eastern shit because he didn't know what the fuck
Right.
that was.
Shit,
You tell some bumfuck nigga in the fucking 50s, like, yeah, no, I'm from Czechostan. The fuck is that?
Right.
I'm gonna check you out, like, you look a little bit brown, but, you know, go about your way.
Niggas
But
do
it's
it in the
just like,
modern day. I fucking do the shit. You think I'm gonna be fucking code switching when I do a job interview? I'm going to be Kevin Rucker from Baltimore County, Maryland, with college education, with my graphic design degree and all of my
My name
proper
is-
credentials. Like, fuck out of here.
My name is John Smith. I studied history at Buffalo U. I love hockey. Oh shit!
I
Like
love
that-
metal. I love anime. You
I
feel me?
love
Like,
hockey. I love metal. I kind of hate women, but that's on the. We don't talk about that.
we can. That's the locker room talk. That's how we're gonna bond, because we can't bond
That's-
over white supremacy. We can bond over patriarchy, though.
Oh yeah, that's still acceptable. What's up, Wolf?
How's your morning? Because I know it's morning
Morning's
where you're
good. Morning's good. We had like, you know, a transformer explode again. Obviously.
Damn, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a common occurrence. You know, it's usually when, you know,
It's
your
overloaded.
city. Yeah. I mean, it's also because of bad maintenance, which
Well,
is
that makes-
corruption.
That sounds familiar. Shit.
Yeah. Hey, we
Yeah.
have that here too.
What?
Ours is with
Oh,
a
man.
capital C though.
True.
I'm gonna play this game. I'm
it's-
trying to fuck with this Shatter line a little bit, because I tried to
Bet.
play a little bit earlier before I went live, and the game fucking crashed. Also, it should, at this point, I should mention, because I have no idea how the what up, Arun? You can come through too if you
Oh
want.
shit!
I have
Arun?
no clue how this game is gonna actually affect my. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just not gonna play it. I'm gonna play something else. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna play Shatterline. What might happen is my computer may overheat and turn off. In the event that that happens, the stream will end. You will have to press F5 to refresh it. I will come back, and we can continue discussion if y'all want that. But I'm just giving y'all the fair. You know what? Actually, fuck it. Let's play Hunt Showdown. Hop
You
on the
should
hunt.
play Bofa.
But nah, I can't, because the Supreme Court justice decreed that it's actually against the law for me to play Bofa.
Touche, nigga. Touche.
Oh man,
I
that was
see. I have.
that-
See, I know a man of culture. Yeah, the justice.
that shit tonight. That one tonight is probably the most perfect one I've ever had. That was
Bruh,
the
you
most
said
perfect
that
one.
I was sitting up here googling too, like, oh, he's serious. He about to bust out the obscure fact.
Oh
Justice
man, Justice dick in your mouth.
Yeah, but that's what happens when all you get is people like the Voshes and the Xanderhalls,
Right.
like
Or
quippy
like-
little facts you can
True.
say.
You know about Candace? You talking about Candace Owens? Nah, Candace dick fit on your lips. Get that ass banned.
And there's dick fit in your throat, man.
Where the fuck is Mario Kuma? I don't know. I would play with. Okay, we're just gonna wing it, and I'm just not gonna play with any gear or characters that I fucking give a fuck about, because you need to hear to be able to play this game, and I'm vibing too hard to be sweaty on this game
vibing.
right now. I'm vibing too hard to sweat. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have
Feel
to
you.
play with people I don't give a fuck about, but.
Play with these nuts.
Or you want to play Daddies? We can play Daddies. You want to hop on the Daddies? Don't need to hear to play that. Well, I mean, you need to hear, but
Bruh.
You know, I think wash is just one thing, right?
Yeah, it's stupid.
To be honest, I did not even know who the fuck it was until like 4 weeks, 5 weeks ago, or a month ago, right? Just because like the Indian news channels, I only follow Indian news channels. I don't really, like
Yeah.
follow any sort of, opinionated people. Because listen, news channels are fucking shit. All right, don't get me wrong. Here, news channels can get so crazy that people will start throwing their shoes at each other in the studio, right? I mean, we are not as horrible as Jordanian news channels where literally member of parliaments take up chairs and start hitting each other.
That's wild.
But
That sounds like
that's
some
wild.
OG America type shit. Motherfuckers beating each other to death with canes on the fucking
Yes.
the.
Unironically, I advocate for that type of behavior in Congress because I think it cut through a lot of the bullshit really
I
fast.
see. I would say that, but I know how pussy a lot of those people are. Andy Harris included. Get that nigga the fuck out of here if you're from Maryland and you're not registered to vote. Please do that so we can get that goofy ass Nazi piece of shit the fuck out of here and get some legal weed. Vote yes on question 7. But the nigga Andy Harris during the January 6th shit or in the immediate aftermath of that when they were calling all the senators and so on and so forth in there for like deliberation and shit, he was strapped. You remember when Lauren Boebert came through strapped? You remember that?
Yeah.
Andy Harris was also strapped.
Oh shit.
He came in strapped. He had the fucking 380 on deck, and this is how I know, like, just because there's that level of pussy, but then the fact that so there's metal detectors and shit up in there, right? Because this was the story that I read. I don't know if I want to say it was Jamie Raskin. It might not have been, but it might have been like Eric Swalwell or someone like that. I don't even remember, but he's trying to get through. Sees the metal detector and remembers that he's strapped. Mind you, Maryland has some of the strictest gun laws in the country, aside from like California and Illinois. So he's strapped, about to go through the metal detector, and he's like, "Fuck, it's gonna set it off. Yo, can you hold my piece for me?" The dude he tried to hand it off to was so pussy. He was like, "Nah, I can't touch that. I don't have a permit for that. I don't have a handgun license."
I'm fucking weak, bro.
That's how Andy Harris got picked up for it, is because he had to hold the burner himself when he walked through the metal detector and got caught up with it. And
I'm fucking weak, bro.
I was like, that story is like fractally pussy. There's like no individual aspect of that story that is more fucking cowardly and weak and pathetic than any other part. It's all pusillanimous as fuck.
Nah, I think the part that's pusillanimous as fuck is the fact that this nigga tried to hand it off to someone else.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
But
this
I
nigga
was,
knew he was about to get clapped, and he was like, "Yo, buddy, you wanna hold this for me?"
that was like a 2-piece for me because I was like, he tried to hand it off, bruh. Then the dude he tried to hand it off to didn't want it because he was scared to hold it. That was a double bruh.
Oh shit, we got Paid Runner.
The Blicky, the Blickster. Let's get him up in here. I'm about to play some fucking Hunt Showdown.
Bro, I always enjoy the vibes of these conversations.
Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I hopped in, like, when I first hopped in your chat, it was because you was good on the drum. You was just calling out niggas left and right.
And I do that from time to time because it's necessary, low key, high key. Because you have people like me who come into the space and don't know no better. So you need Big Unk to come through sometimes and be like, "Hey nephew, don't fuck with these people. They're goofy," and I know they're goofy because I have experience with them. It just is what it is. Like,
funny thing, that reminds me about American cops, right? I don't understand what they are, to be honest. Either they are too privileged with all the fucking military grade equipment that they have, that they think that literally, a few broken windows and a police car on fire is a riot.
Right, oh yeah.
Because honestly, if American cops are gonna, start crying that is a riot, I really feel bad for them if they ever even go see how riots are in other countries.
Oh, I was just about to say that too. Like, whether it's India, whether it's y'all, fucking France, they get busy in France. They be lighting.
Yeah.
Because we were low-key doing that same well, I'll say this. I had seen some burning cop cars and some news coverage in the aftermath of Freddie Gray that I was not present for and have no connection to whatsoever.
This nigga, this motherfucker.
But that said, I do recall, if I recall correctly, my memory is hazy, that some police cars were set ablaze in the Freddie Gray uprising.
See, I'm gonna be real with y'all motherfuckers. No, outright just hell the fuck no. I'm not burning. I'm not burning no fucking police. I went through the protests in my city of Buffalo, New York. You know what I saw that convinced me I'm not burning no cop car in this city?
Cop strapped?
No. These motherfuckers. I don't know what the fuck you call these things, but it's them big ass black police trucks with a radar on
the
top.
APCs. They brought them out here. So
They had an APC sitting right in front of like a fucking bank, and I'm like, you know what?
Dog,
just keep walking.
They brought them out here. They brought them out during Freddie Gray too, but during the Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery shit here in Baltimore in 2020, they brought them shits out before the National Guard even got called. That was the craziest part about all that. The first night it was just the police. They started beating shit out of everybody. Blah 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 blah. But then as the protests got bigger and bigger and bigger throughout that summer, they had to call in the SWAT, the rescue squad. There's actually a funny ass moment because I was out there. Broadcasting, live streaming from the protests, getting pepper sprayed and all that. Just shout out to James from the internet because he was doing something similar during the Freddie Gray shit. But I'm out there and I see the big ass APC with the antenna on top and shit. Motherfuckers got the biscuit launchers with the fucking noob tubes on the bottom and shit on them. And I'm like, damn, yo, they're ready to come rescue the shit out of us, yo. Chill out, yo. You gotta chill on them because I'm not trying to get rescued, yo. I don't want to get rescued.
They about to protect and serve the shit out of you, nigga.
They're about to rescue the fuck out of us, dog.
Absolute funny thing. The ironic thing is that they're cops.
Right.
With all that equipment.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. American cops, look at how Egyptians protest. Egyptians during the Arabs, the Arab Spring in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
They literally toppled a fucking tank.
Hell
military tank. Like, that is what a fucking riot looks like. That is forget about that. They literally fucked the military, dude.
Right.
American cops are here crying about how a few windows and vehicles were set on fire.
They didn't even get shot at. I'm pretty sure.
The problem with that?
They got shot at in Texas, I think, because those Chris Dorner motherfuckers were out there in Texas. But they weren't even getting shot at throughout most of that.
Bro, the crazy part? Like, I can't even think about them motherfuckers, like us in America tipping over a tank, because I'm just like, the moment they bring out a tank, they gonna fire it at least once. Like,
hell yeah.
We not just gonna bring out the fucking Abrams and not fucking fire it.
You know what I mean? That shit. It ain't for show.
Right.
Even if it's just once, like we gonna fire this motherfucker, and someone's gonna get hit. So it's like
that was Nixon when he was getting ready to leave office. When he was horny, my man was bricked up to shoot nukes somewhere. Bricked up to shoot them nukes off.
Bro, this is a story I love because it's all leftist and shit, and I get to hate the American government. That's my motherfuckers in the bonus army, bro. Like, these motherfuckers, the bonus army, after World War I, there's about 17,000 veterans that just didn't get paid. They families didn't get shit. During the Great Depression, during the 1930s or shit, 43,000 demonstrators gathered on the White House lawn in Washington, D.C. And you know what our government did? The United States, freedom of the free, home of the free land. We called in the fucking military.
Yeah.
And we opened fire. 500 infantry, 500 cavalry, 6 M1917 light tanks, which, at the time, top notch, and 800 policemen. And it's like, yeah, we kind of went to war with our own citizens because let me check the grievance lists again. No, not racism, not patriarchy. Oh yeah, they didn't get paid.
2 words: Blair Mountain. That happened during that same fucking period of time where all them coal miners were like, fuck this coal, fuck your mine, fuck you and the horse we rode in on. I'm out. And because the shit was so fucked, they were getting paid with script from the mines. So imagine if instead of money from your job, like if you work at Amazon, for example, imagine instead of getting paid in dollars, you got paid in fucking Amazon gift cards, right?
Amazon bucks.
Right. That you can't spend anywhere but Amazon. And Amazon owns your house because they built the fucking neighborhood you live in.
They
And
own the house, they own the grocery store,
they
own
own
the tavern which you get a drink.
Yep.
They own everything.
They own literally everything that you have to interact with in the world. So when they fire you, that's it. It's not just that you're fired and you can't make ends meet. You're fucking blacklisted from every spot in that bitch. Niggas can't even live. You gotta fucking go out in the woods eating squirrels and fucking crawfish and shit to survive at that point, right?
That's something they did a lot, and like Blair Mountain,
That's why
Blair Mountain.
That's why
The
Blair
Battle
Mountain.
of
Yeah,
Blair Mountain.
I was gonna say that's why the Battle of Blair Mountain happened, is because that happened to so many people that niggas came together on some solidarity shit that I thought we were gonna do in 2020, but it didn't happen the way that it happened. Don't get it twisted, but it didn't happen to the degree that I thought it was going to. Where motherfuckers were like, "Hey yo, that's my man's. I've been fucking hucking coal with him for the last like 5 years. That's my nigga. You're not ready to throw his fucking baby and his wife out on the street, my nigga. You gotta come through me to do that." And they all started coming together and they started fomenting that whole shit. And what happened was, I forget what the dude's actual name was. I read it and I was fucked up behind it because he was like the sheriff or some shit like that. So it doesn't even matter. He was supposed to be the lawman, and they were gonna send him up to tell the people, "Hey, look, the miners, they need shit to be run a little bit different. It don't gotta be perfect, but it's gotta be better than what it is." And they fucking hired Pinkertons to clap him in broad daylight. Shot him dead in his brain in front of his wife, right in front of his wife, on the courthouse fucking steps. And then niggas got the popping, and the reason that shit ended, and I mean the reason that shit ended, was because they were getting ready to call the military in again, and the miners didn't want to fight against their fellow World War I veterans because they knew that they were tired and beat the fuck up and probably hungry as shit too, right?
Because they didn't get paid.
Right, because they didn't get paid. So that's why still to this day, when you go to them woods, you can still find artifacts because the niggas were trying to act like they weren't involved. You know what I'm saying? You're in a big ass shootout, the cops come, you just try to walk off, right? Niggas were hiding guns under tree limbs, in fucking roots, up under rocks and shit. Yeah. So they could dip off and be like, "What you mean? I'm unarmed. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I was just here checking shit out. I was curious."
And like when it comes to the solidarity thing, just to take it back to the bonus army, only 17,000 of these people were veterans. 43,000 demonstrators, though.
Oh,
want to talk about some
Fish or Morpheus mentioned the Shades Rebellion because. Yep, yes, sir. Yep.
You know a funny thing? If this is gonna keep happening in America, I can assure you that something like Syria is gonna happen in America.
No doubt.
Because that's exactly like, it's not exactly the same thing that used to happen in Syria, but in Syria you had like the military, but the government, which the military comes under, used to control like a lot of areas, and they literally used to wherever there's a military installment, there is massive amounts of document torture cases and massacres and possible trigger warning, possible mention of rape. Right. So one of the most infamous quote unquote prisons, which used to be like a military settlement in Damascus, the capital of Syria, right? It is now pretty much like a prison used by the regime to torture people who speak against them. I remember reading one case where they literally arrested a dude for waving the green Syrian flag during the very early stages of the revolution. Because again, the government was the government was socialist but also totalitarian, right? So yeah, I'm not in complete support with the government. Right. So government used to shut down anybody who literally, forget about criticism, anybody who says even one word against the regime, they're getting sent to any prison like Sedna prison. One of these cases were a dude got arrested for that. I think he was like a 25-year-old man, right? Got arrested for that. 3 days later, he came out in pieces. And when I mean pieces, I literally mean pieces.
Jesus
You know,
Christ.
what allegedly happened there, according to CCTV footage, is that
I don't trust that shit. I'm gonna just tell you right now. I don't trust that shit.
yeah, allegedly. That's what I'm saying. Allegedly.
Yeah.
So what?
Almighty alleged.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So what allegedly happened, according to the CCTV footage, is that they first started, removing his nails because he was, repeatedly saying that Assad is a tyrant. Assad is a tyrant. One officer really got so pissed off at trigger warning. He literally chopped his fucking dick off.
Oh my god.
Oh. Yeah, he chopped it off. And
I
then
thought
they chopped his arms off.
when you were talking about ripping his fucking nails out, I was already kind of cringing and squirming, but that's different. That is different.
And not just that. They chopped his legs off. They let 2 dogs, canine dogs, loose at him, and they literally bit him off. And then, after a few hours, you see that, over half of his body is his skeleton.
So they just let the dogs literally fucking eat him. That's different.
That's some crazy shit.
Like, I would say that that's different, but I mean, black people. I don't even know why I'm saying that's different. I probably know someone whose great-grandfather that happened to.
What do you mean great-grandfather, my brother?
I mean, it is what it is.
Grandfather, uncle.
Yeah. But that shit is still nuts, though. The shit that Arun was talking about with the Dullet boy, where the fucking teacher lit his trigger warning. The teacher lit his little shits on fire. That was crazy as hell, too.
So what happened with that Dullet? A 3-year-old child, by the way. 3-year-old child.
So it wasn't even a kid. It was a fucking baby. That shit's crazy.
Yeah. 3-year-old toddler. He being a toddler, he used to piss his pants. Like, the teacher, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with her. She was, how the fuck do you go from if you stop pissing your pants?
That was
to,
close.
Waving your matchstick and saying that I'm gonna lit your fucking genitals on fire. Like, how the fuck do you go there? Like, oh my god, it's something. Like, I don't understand. Like.
Oh, I see him. I got the scope too. I'm about to pop his ass from deep. Hold up. Stand still. Oh, never mind. I can see him through the trees right there.
Pick him in the tank.
He got away.
Pick him in the balls.
Dog, the way that I was playing with this scope last night, I shot this dude. He had no idea where I was even at. He was like 100 fucking yards away. His team didn't even know where I was. And then there was this other dude that I fucking PP, man, and Fade kept shooting him. He would get back up, and then Fade would just shoot him in his brain immediately.
That's evil.
Who told you could get up?
That shit had me geeking, because I know he was mad. I know his teammates were confused as hell, because they were just neck rowing him. They weren't even actually standing on him, resing him.
I'ma just kink shame you. You
Was
can't
that
be doing
melee
that.
Yeah, that was being melee.
Okay.
You can't be doing that to people,
So
Fade. That's just...
This way. Take your Timbs off, throw your foams on.
I got my phones.
I hear you running, my nigga. You ain't got the foams on. Alright. Y'all be quiet for a sec. Where's he throwing this at?
Everybody throw this at us.
Ooh, that bitch almost landed right next to me, my nigga. Oh, shit!
Oh, look out. In the woods.
Oh, there he is. He's hit.
That's close.
Lit him once. Come get this work, young nigga. Come get this work.
There's one on the right.
I see his ass.
Okay.
There's one here.
Ah, fuck. Yo, I'm blind. Watch out. I hear him.
He's on fire.
Good shit.
He's on fire.
Good shit. He's putting himself out. Oh. Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck. I made a mistake coming over here. This was a mistake.
Nigga, you shooting at me? You dare shoot at me? You know who the fuck I am? I'm the PP man, bitch. Hold up, nigga. Hold up. This nigga
I am
was
the
shooting me.
PP poo poo man.
Yeah, that's what you get.
On that hill.
Yeah, that's what you get.
Where is he?
That's what the fuck you get. That's what the fuck you get. I'm the fucking PP man.
Oh, look out! Look out!
Oh no.
What
Fuck
you
outta
gonna
here.
do when the PP man leaks on you?
The Romero.
Give me this shit. All this shit. Give me all of it, yo.
Romero.
Give me all of it. Let's go scoop my nigga up. Where's Kuma?
I got him.
You got him? All right, bet.
I got him.
So anyway, what were we saying? What were we talking about?
Oh, we
before?
were talking about the deep implications of white supremacy in American
Oh,
culture.
bet.
before the
Yeah.
PP man-
Okay.
Before the PP man came in.
I had to PP man up real quick before we fucking. This dude has.
The PP man's talking some serious shit. Y'all better listen.
He's got a sparks on him. That
Got sparked.
he did get sparked ASAP. He thought he was safe behind that little shit. I shot him right in his little cankle.
I got Vulture. Y'all can.
All right, I'm gonna loot this body.
Thought y'all was bringing in hunters you didn't care about.
Yo, what is this? What is this, Pete? The Iwatma? Oh nah, you got.
It's the
Oh,
rhizome.
nah, you got-
Pick up, yo,
Oh,
pick it
nah,
up. It's the
you got-
rhizome, yo.
I ain't picking that up. I
It's
ain't
the
touching
enigma.
that.
My brother said it's the rhizome. You dirty for that one. You dirty.
He's the enigma, yo. He don't know what he is. We don't know what he is. Oh my goodness. All right.
Like a fucking X-Man.
What up, Fat? A vintage PP man moment. Facts. White supremacy culture? No, hold on. More important PP man things need to be done. I mean,
Y'all, you can't talk about that while the PP poo poo man is here, okay?
So for people who don't understand where the PP man name came from two things. Number one is if you are a connoisseur of Chicago drill music like I am, you have heard of a young artist by the name of Lil
slurping.
JoJo. Are you slurping it? Because I'm just straight handling it.
Damn, alright.
You're
Me,
slurping it, I'm cradling it. So, so it was a young rapper by the name of Lil JoJo who died in 2012, rest in peace, who was GD, and they had beef with a little set you may have heard of, you might know about, called O Block. Or BDs. And so, what ended up happening is, Lil JoJo put out a diss track called 300K, aka BDK, 300 being the set that we would later know as O Block. Same set that Chief Keef is from, same set Lil Durk is from, right? What ended up happening was, Lil JoJo drops the 300K / BDK track. It's bumping in Chicago, right? Because motherfuckers care so little about gang culture and trap and drill music, all that shit. You have the BDs, the niggas from 300, the niggas from O Block, listening to the diss, listening to themselves getting dissed on the radio in their own fucking neighborhood. So naturally, they get mad as fuck. And they clap Lil JoJo. Lil JoJo gets killed. Now, allegedly, all caps with spaces, one of the killers in the Lil JoJo shooting was a young man by the name of Poo Poo Man. Poo Poo Man is also directly referenced in a Chief Keef song. Oh shit! I see him. I see him.
Nope, don't go this way.
I
Do
see
not
him.
go this way. Because they were looking my direction, and
I
that
see
shit is
him.
just a bad way to go.
I see him. I see him. Oh no, that's puppies. That's puppies on him now. So, Chief Keef references PP Man, or excuse me, references Poo Poo Man. Says, "All these frenemies, I'ma call Poo Poo Man." Right? That's one of his bars. Crazy. And so, I hung out with my singer and my band in Bombing Process. Gore Noise band. Listen to it, you'll hate it. And he has 2 children. And his youngest is his son, Dean. Baby Dean, who I believe is 5 years old now. And we were chilling. And encountered each other before, hung out at like cookouts and shit like that. But this was the first time I'd come to hang out with them at their house. I'm at my singer's house and the kids are with him. He's got the kids. So we're just hanging out, vibing, YouTubing, you know.
Boss is me.
Boss is Vosh, bet. So, my boy records a video because, you know, he's doing the thing that all parents do. And he's like, can you say his name? He said, this is Kevin, blah, blah, blah. He's like, this is Uncle Kevin. Can you say Kevin's name? And Dean, authoritatively, with gusto, I mean, he said this shit so officially, I thought this was my actual name. You feel me? He goes, Kevin PP. So I'm like, damn, I guess I'm the PP man now. And so it's like a riff off of the poo poo man shit, but also my one of my best homies' sons called me Kevin PP. So now it's just a thing. Oh shit, that was a spider right there. Oh my god.
That's why I did it.
Oh, I think I missed.
You did. I hear it. I didn't realize what you were trying to do, and I didn't get out your way. You missed. Alright, oh fuck, you with the steps on fire too, sorry.
One bomb.
I didn't miss. Alright, I'm gonna shoot up my angle shot now too. The Endless Cemetery lore? Yeah. You know, you want some more Endless Cemetery lore? Because I lost a spelling bee once because I spelled Endless Cemetery. Or, excuse me, I spelled cemetery the way that you just spelled it.
Oh my god. Why you gotta do that?
I mean, dead ass though. It wasn't. I mean, I guess it's kind of shady, but I'm not trying to be shady. Like I won my school spelling bee and then went to the national spelling bee and was sliced as fuck. Got the feel in myself. Like hell yeah, these dumbass niggas. I be spelling like a motherfucker. So they give me cemetery and I spelled it just like that. And they looked me dead in my eye, said incorrect, and sent my goofy ass. I was so tight.
They said wrong, nigga.
I was so tight though. I made them pull a dictionary out. I said, "Fuck out of here! I need to see Carfax on that one." Made them go all the way to. I was heated, yo. I was tight. Here they come. I hear them.
You motherfucker.
This little ramp down here is trapped too, so be careful.
Come on, bitch.
That's trapped.
Come on, you little piece of fucking shit.
Everywhere in this bitch is trapped.
Trap here.
I think it's not trapped is they can get through here.
Word, and I got the PP man for him if they come through there. So.
PP.
Bro, I got the fucking dragon's breath.
Oof.
On deck, just like I had for that last dude.
And I got incendiaries in this Pete. So if you
got these nuts.
If you don't kill him and I somehow manage to not kill them, the burn will kill him, or they won't have.
I got incendiaries in my Pete too.
We got it.
We're out here burning.
Right. This is like that time, yo. Even though we lost that game, that shit was still stupid hard. I was like antidote shot, so you just hear all three of us at the same time.
I'm gonna beat her back.
It's all good, Alicia.
Good hit, motherfucker.
All these damn frenemies. I'ma call up PP Man. You got bounced from your county spelling bee by cirrhosis. Oof, that's a tough one. I would have remembered cirrhosis, but what fucked me up about Cemetery was the movie Pet Cemetery.
Oh
So,
yeah.
I knew that shit. I knew shit was spelled wrong. I knew it was spelled with a C, but I didn't know that the A was also wrong. The person after you had to spell flotilla. Oh yeah, you lost to enunciate. That sucks.
I'm sorry. How did you just pronounce flotilla?
I said flotilla because I fucking had Spanish brain for a second.
You have anti-American brain? That's not
I had a hypocrite because I want the fucking Latino women. I need to race mix with them. I need to race mix with them and destroy my bloodline.
Yeah, I was about to say, what about the bloodline? What about the old precious bloodline?
See them out here.
I thought you were Blittler. Wow. I'm just.
Yeah, worst Blittler ever.
Right.
Oh, I see you.
I actually joined the Blotzy party. I don't know what this bullshit is.
I'm trying to get the Holocaust going, honestly. It's like, nah, that's fucking ridiculous.
Nah, you
That's
mean the Holocaust?
The Holocaust.
Oh.
That looks painful. They're about to get you
That
for that
sucks.
too.
Bro, tell me why I really just circled this motherfucker in a big ass load boat and killed his ass. I'm probably gonna die, but like that was fucking epic as
Grab
shit.
bounty for you slurp the shits. I got one. They're probably slurping
Oh.
that shit right now.
Fuck. Still there. Still there.
They're throwing shit, throwing shit. Watch out.
Oh, that landed right next to me.
He didn't even cook that shit though. That shit was undercooked like shit. It's like white people chicken.
It's like British cuisine. It's just not good.
They're trying to come in. I hear feet.
Watch this
Quentin
spot, 'cause now there's no...
I am. We gotta watch the two spots up here because they might try to come in this roof too.
Oh, they're in this way. Right through there.
Got his ass too.
One's down.
Yo, y'all can suck my balls. Y'all can suck my hairy nuts.
What are you playing? Oh, he shot at me. That was at me. He's trying to shoot me through the fucking window.
I'm playing this warship game, and it's
Don't
like
you
I'm in
open
a
up that window.
I'm in a big ass battleship.
I was hoping he'd be standing close to that.
I farted so hard.
Is there lanterns in here? I want to burn this roof.
PP man, we traded. That was, I know that was brains. I know. Wait, what?
I got you.
Is he still out there dead? There's no fucking way. Watch out! Oh my god!
Gotta get this.
He's throwing shit again.
Bro, I am flying through these fucking bullets. That's a weird way to describe artillery, but yeah, bullets. I'm gonna ram this nigga. I'm gonna ram him so fucking hard.
Pause.
No.
I hear him out there getting a trade or something. I don't know what the fuck he's doing out there, but I'm ready to shoot him in his head.
This nigga shot me in the head. I respect the hustle. Respect the deal.
Oh, they're banishing snakes out there.
No, that was me. I
oh,
did
that's
that.
you. Okay. Is he still dead out there? Oh, yep. There he is. PP man.
Uh-oh.
That was a PP man shot. His body's right there. There's two of them right there. Oh, I should have known better. Why was I standing still in the window like a dumbass?
I got you.
I hope he's not watching the window still. Yep. Oh, take the hit, take the hit.
I did. I stood in front.
Appreciate you.
I was doing some Daddy's type shit right there.
Right. Ooh, fuck.
Ooh, they were trying to wallbang me. Oh, nah, don't do that.
Got bees on him.
He does.
Bees in the trap.
As soon
How
as he
many's
peeks,
left?
he's getting clapped too. It's all three of them. The dude got back up. He's just very thoroughly poisoned right now. So he's not going to peek or anything for a minute. But as soon as he does, he's catching the Elmer Flood. I promise you that. What up, Detroit ballin'? Oof. Peek that corner, bro.
Oh,
I
okay,
want
you
you
got
to.
me. You hit me. That hurt.
He leaked you too. Oh. I bet you fucking won't.
Oh. Hit him with the incendiary.
Mind if I pimp myself endless?
Go for it, yeah. Plug yourself.
Yeah, so like y'all should follow me, cause like I figured out when I can stream during my work schedules, and it's gonna be during the fucking day. So like,
Hey,
get
let's
me
go.
in the day.
You said you was gonna do what now? You said you was gonna do what now? Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Beep beep beep. You need that as like a sound emote.
Oh, that was the other bounty.
It was.
Yeah. about to burn him too.
How many,
There's only
how many left?
one left. It
Bro,
looks
you
like
about to
Oh,
clap
let's
him
just
with
push
the
him.
John Wilkes.
he's by himself over there. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just get his ass.
Was that PP vision?
Yeah, PP.
Hold on, let me snatch the bounty.
Fuck! I was a split second late, yo.
I'm gonna pick him up, Kuma.
He's right
I'm gonna
out
pick
here.
him up.
Okay.
I want to pick him up first.
My fucking
Yeah.
reticle was right on his fucking brain, yo. That shit sucks. I'm on my last health bar, by the way.
You got poo-pooed.
I did.
Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pick him up.
Nah, he's watching my body probably. So
I'm really upset. This dude, I tried to ram this dude, and he just managed to get off the perfect valley in my face. And I'm dead. Fucking dead.
he can. Yeah, I was gonna say you picked a bad spot to stop moving, but you got it. If he was looking at you, he would have shot you by now. He moved. Yeah, he rotated. You got me. You can get me. Be careful, Kuma, because he's down there near you.
Yeah, he's out there now.
Bro, I'm fucking weak.
What you got going on, friend?
I'm watching my team fight amongst itself, and it's like the last two fucking players, and they just fucking fighting in the chat. They just fighting like about positioning.
Hit him once. Hit him
Let's
twice.
go.
He's dead.
Let's go.
PP
Fuck
man.
out of here. He got PP man. I saw that.
He got PP right on his face.
I saw that shit. Caught the meanest PP man.
He caught the mean stream.
We're clear, or should be.
Damn, bro. Why you brought the bounty to me?
I appreciate
You brought the
that,
bounty
big guy.
to me? Damn,
I
bro.
appreciate that, big guy.
Appreciate that.
He's fucking silly, yo. He came through running. Remember that dude that thought he was ready to bayonet me, and I turned around and fucking, or he thought he was ready to hatchet me, and I turned around and bayoneted him. That man really thought he was ready to come in here and do something. Talk about he was gonna kill us. I said, I bet you won't. Motherfucker got clapped immediately. I said you was gonna come in here and do what? That's what I thought. I don't need that.
Hold on, let me go get my other bounty token real quick.
I was gonna say did both y'all get both of the other bounties?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's the one they killed at the end.
Let me go get that other bounty token real quick.
Yeah, because I thought I heard someone. I just wanted to. I don't want what happened to us that one time to happen to us again.
You go ahead and loot. I got vulture. It's all good.
Bet. Started looting them. Let me scan one more again, just because I'm paranoid. We good.
I got one nigga left in an aircraft carrier. I'm about to lose so fucking hard.
We just fucking clapped this whole server for fucking MMR too, with two of us.
I hope you're happy with yourself. Some of us aren't having such a good time, Endless.
The
where's
southeast,
the, where's the
Southwest.
solidarity with us losers?
Or southeast, I'm fucking silly.
My losers
I said
solidarity.
southwest.
Southeast.
East? I thought you said west.
West.
Dog, I would fuck Patrick up.
Bruh, that shit had me dying. I'm not even gonna lie.
Like, it was supposed to be funny, but even
It
then, at
was.
that young age, when I first saw that, I got so irrationally mad.
Bruh, that shit was funny as fuck.
Like, I wanted my TV to grow arms so I could beat the fuck out of it.
That shit was funny because I got so mad about it. Like, this nigga said, we sat him traveling all day and night.
All day and night, yo. That shit
Niggas was
crazy.
crawling by the time they found their shit, and this nigga was weak.
And that just fucking unlocked a repressed memory that I completely fucking forgot about. You remember, so Fade, do you remember the joint that got mad that called her out on the little fucking Nico cat tattoo, the Japanese cat tattoo, and like self-snitch that I smashed? So on the way back from that trip, obviously I have no fucking clue where I'm going because I'm not from Rhode Island and I have no business in Rhode Island. But we're coming back and she's controlling the GPS or whatever and DJing, and the GPS kept just fucking up and just turning off. So there was one point where I drove down, like, I don't even remember what fucking highway it was, but I hit this cut for like 3 hours before she finally realized I was going the wrong way because the GPS turned off like 2 hours ago.
Oh my god.
Dog, when I tell you I wanted to flip that bitch like over, like just hit the embankment and fucking roll over and die, like I was heated. I was fucking heated. I was mad as shit. That's part of the reason why I stopped talking to her, because I just can't.
Yo, what up,
deal with people
Detroit
like that.
ballin'? I just seen Detroit ballin'.
Yeah, Detroit ballin' came through.
That shit is geeking. That shit is fucking hilarious.
Bro, don't maneuver, just fucking ram him.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna get killed if I fucking... Oh no! Alright.
She really hit you with the Patrick. That's so crazy.
Ooh, I rocked you with that shit. I'm gonna rock you with this shit too. Bong, ain't you dead in your brain with that?
Nah, for me, the one that really gets me, the Patrick that really gets me is when the motherfucker had the candy bar.
Chocolate! Yo, how long did we geek at that? I'm in love with the chocolate!
Chocolate! I can't find that.
I can't find it
video
either.
no more.
I can't find it either.
I'm in love with the chocolate.
It was like, so someone like mashed the, OT Genesis. It's like,
This
I'm
nigga
in
really
love
just
with
lost.
the cocoa, but instead of the cocoa part, they fucking like edited it in, that part from SpongeBob where the fish just like, chocolate! I'm in love with the chocolate!
It was all reverberated too.
Right, it had echo and shit.
Let me find that shit.
I'm trying to find it right now. We searched
With the chocolate.
we searched high and low for this shit and could not fucking find it. Oh, is this it?
I found it, but it's not it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's not the one. You know you want to find that video, the video. You know what I mean? There's like videos like
Yeah, that wasn't.
I haven't. I can't find that no more. I can't find the joint.
Oh yeah.
I can't find the Goku.
You know what it is? It's probably old YouTube channels and they gone. Cause like I
Right.
had that happen to me recently, where it's like, this is just one fucking fire ass beat that some nigga made like to go with his music. I used to like bop to that shit. I tried looking it up. That channel got nuked. I looked through my history. I looked through all that shit. I couldn't find it.
At the risk of revealing too much about my like fucking crystal mommy bullshit, there was a dude I used to follow on YouTube who did a bunch of videos and stuff about like energy vampirism, and like I fucked with him so heavy. I used to like those were the shits I used to put on when I was ready to go to bed, like to listen to go to sleep. And he did every last one of them videos. It was like at least 2 hours worth of shit, like a dozen or so videos about like energy shielding and energy vampirism and like how to like use chi or prana or whatever to heal yourself. All this fucking weird like borderline like Naruto weeb shit, but it's just like new age shit. And he had videos on like tarot cards and all this other really fucking dope shit. I don't know if he got like embarrassed by it or whatever, but he did all that shit.
Bruh, he probably got like somewhere in his life, looked back on that shit and was like, yeah, I can't have this up.
I did almost get clapped at the end there.
Bro,
I don't even know what I just unlocked.
I just want somebody to make that. That's it. I just want somebody to make that. Just take that scene from DBZ where Frieza kills Krillin and just throw the little warp voice filter over top of it. Do that for us. Just do it for us.
Damien, damn, the penitent. Fucking, this nigga looks like a Klansman. It's like, nah. I can buy the skin if I wanted to, though.
We used to geek at that shit when we played Denny's all the fucking time.
I'm glad I saved that one clip of y'all at the gate, like sipping tea. You were healing Anubis. and the fucking baby came around the corner from the twin.
Oh
and
my
fucking,
God.
Yo, that shit had me fucking, dude, that was the wildest jump scare I've ever had on that game, and we sat there and geeked for like 5 minutes after that.
Do you have that clip on stream? Can
Kuma,
you play it?
yeah.
Can you play it like right now?
Yeah, Kuma made that clip. Hold on. Let me find it.
Play it. Play it on stream.
That shit was funny. He titled it Yeet. So, hold on, I might have to fucking...
Bro, tell me while I was coming home from work, like, apparently someone got fucking robbed or some shit. They had all their bags on the ground.
Oh, shit.
And, like, there wasn't a person in sight. I found a cool grinder.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. We take those.
I didn't take any of, like, anything or, like, anything of... I just took the grinder. And there was some, like... I don't even know what the fuck it was, because it wasn't weed, bro. It wasn't weed. Like, you could just look at it, bro. It looked like fucking wood chippings and shit.
Ooh, nah, they had like mids. They out here smoking that
no,
bullshit.
No, bro, because like when I say it wasn't weed, I mean this. You know, it looked like someone took the bristles off their straw broom, stuck it in the grinder with some like couch fluff, and then put that shit in there. Cause like I took it all out of the grinder, and like I just like set it on because like it don't look like weed, it looked like Carlin, and I just like let it on fire, see like what the fuck it smell like. And like, bro, this shit burnt like kindling. I'm not even fucking with you. This shit was just, that shit was just like, yeah, I was like, yeah, the grinder's cool though. So like, I just took the night to wash all my grinders and shit out.
Right. Yo, what the fuck?
Let me see if I can find that.
I'm looking for it. Like I Control F so I could find it, and it came up, but I'm not entirely sure why I can't see it on the fucking screen. Oh, there it is. I found it. It was right in front of my fucking face. This was back when I still had the green screen. This is an oldie but goldie. Hold on, let me fucking unmute this shit so y'all can hear it.
You got the oldie but goldie.
Alright, I'm gonna put it on. You still have the Hunt Showdown music in the background, but it is what it is.
Fuck him. He fucking trolled me.
Oh.
Oh, bro, that green screen.
Bro.
Holy shit, man.
Oh my god, that shit was
Holy
hilarious.
shit.
Where's the run it back? Where's the sound?
Fuck him. He
Play
fucking
the
trolled
sound.
me. Oh.
Oh my god.
Yo, that green screen was perfect though. Oh my goodness. I might actually end it after that one. I'm tired and I have to pee really fucking bad.
You know who else had to pee? Jesus. But you know what? He didn't shake his responsibilities.
I look different in that video. It's because my hair is shorter and I was clean shaven. I just shaved. I'm about to shave again. I got a lot of funny clips. I don't know if you caught it earlier, but I'm a fucking FGC streamer. So I play mad, like Mortal Kombat 11, and motherfuckers on there get mad as shit. To the point where I can call it now. I know when they're about to start. Like, I just know when they're about to cut the mic on. And there's this one dude I killed. It was a bullshit. When I tell you it was bullshit, like, I mean, he beat me. He should have beat me, but I had the magic pixel, so I had like 1 HP. Then he did another move that didn't even whiff. My move just came out earlier. And not only did I beat him with that, I brutality'd him. I beat him into the ground and then ripped his legs off and threw him to the side. And I was like, he's mad, he's mad. I know he's mad, I know he's mad. And as soon as I said that, he clicked his mic on to go, bitch, and then cut his mic off, yo. He was mad as shit.
He mad too, nigga. I get cheated out of a win like that in that fashion.
I'm gonna go ahead and end the game. That was gonna be my only one for the night. Cause I gotta pee. I am the PP man right now. I gotta pee real fucking bad. Let's just look at some hilarious clips from my channel while we're to end the stream out before I raid out. I think I'm gonna raid who's on. I'm gonna break Jason Society off tonight. But let me show you all the most hilarious. I'll show you all my most watch Mortal Kombat clip. Thanks, Wither King. I have Edge Crusher from Fear Factory stuck in my head. Shout out to Big Richie Lizzie. But let's see some clips. Let's view them all. Top of all time. Oh yeah. Oh, that's mad funny. One of my top viewed clips is my third most viewed clip is that clip of Stardust talking about how our community is leftists. But so this is a clip I was playing Mortal Kombat and this dude was so fucking mad. I had him screaming so bad he woke his parents up and they came in a room and told him to shut the fuck up. Let's check it out.
Oh God, I'm about to. Yes, I need to hear this.
Let them know, yo. It's important. You gotta stop yelling, yo. You're in your feelings. Just tell them you're in your feelings, yo.
I know, but the dude trash is fun.
I don't give a fuck how trash he is. We don't want to hear that shit.
Nigga, garbage as hell.
Yo, this nigga really letting them know.
Yo.
This nigga really let him know.
I would show you all because I saved the whole video of that. But
Yo. This nigga really let him know.
this shit was mad funny too, because this was the third game in a set with this dude, and he was salty the whole set. Had that, you know how you get so mad you want to say something, you start the sentence and you don't even end it mid sentence. You're just like, and this. He does that shit like 3 fucking times, dude. This shit's hilarious.
Bruh.
He's a bitch.
Round 2, fight.
He rage quits in the middle of this round too.
Bro, you keep just hitting him with the same moves, nigga.
People get mad as shit when you do that to him. And this is where he rage quits.
Did he quit? He rage quit.
This nigga said no. He wasn't letting you get that.
Nope.
He said he was not letting you get that fatality, bro. He was not letting you get it.
Let me see. Oh, I gotta. This dude was mad. Oh wait, no, he says the F slur, and I already got clapped for that. We can't watch that one.
Nope.
Oh, this is where I Joker pilled the dude. Okay, so this is like why I have the abortion fund, like fundraiser bar at the bottom. This literally happened while I was doing a fundraiser stream for Baltimore Abortion Fund. I was doing a mutual aid stream. This motherfucker became the Joker. I beat his ass so bad, he became the Joker.
Unhinged and Joker pilled, my dude. Straight Joker pilled.
Kid
Good
probably
game,
thinks
though.
I'm upset that I lost. Has no idea what I've done in this game. You have no idea what I've done in this game.
I know. Why don't you show it to me? You should have showed it to me. I'm not seeing it.
Did you platinum Elden Ring yet? Let me check your profile, bro. Let me see.
Oh my
I don't play Elden Ring. I play Mortal Kombat.
Oh my God, he's played it for 5 minutes.
You have no idea.
Dude, what's wrong?
what
Is
I've done
Elden
in
Ring
this
too
game.
hard for you?
Is my man
It's
was
too
like,
hard,
"Did you even
man. I
platinum
can't
Elden
figure it
Ring?" Like,
out.
that has
I prefer
anything
Mortal
to do-
Kombat.
Mortal
If you
Kombat.
want some lessons sometime, hit me
Fucking
up.
scrub,
$20
man.
an hour.
The things I've done in this game.
That dude was
so
mad as shit.
serious.
I had that dude so tight. He was talking about a completely different fucking game.
Bruh.
Did you platinum Elden Ring yet, bro? So nah, I like to play Mortal Kombat. I don't play Elden Ring. I was like, if you want some lessons, I got you. Oh man.
I can help you out if you want.
This dude was mad. What was this dude about?
Get up on me. Come on.
Oh, this is the same dude that woke his parents up yelling.
You do it again?
What up, Coomer Police?
Yeah, you're trying to grab his hand. Come here. Now what you gonna do? Now what you gonna do? Come on. Come on.
I'm scared, but I'm the one holding the W and your legs. Go good. I forgot I said that shit.
You're scared because you know if you come close, you're gonna lose. Come on, bro.
What you mean, dog? I mean, why would I do something that would?
You gonna lose, bruh.
Damn, you called it detention. Rest in peace. I used to stay in detention.
You talk about you gonna lose. This nigga legs just got ripped off.
My man was convinced that he could beat me. What was it? I beat him like 11 games in a row. That was the wildest fucking, yeah, that shit was crazy. Oh, this is, if you guys want to see the clip that almost got me banned from TikTok, this is it right here. This clip, I uploaded it to TikTok and it went viral. It had 30,000 views in 24 hours. And then it got blamed and I almost got banned. So I'll show it to y'all here now because it's funny as shit.
Dummy.
Damn, I was so
You
much
goofed.
skinnier in this.
You goofed. You goofed.
You were skinnier, but then you have to ask yourself, did you have
You
like
stopped
the
using
chair
Jack
destroying
Robocop against
cheeks
Jack?
you have now?
Right. I was about to say your cheeks weren't.
Yeah, is that a sacrifice you're willing to make? It's not a sacrifice I'm willing
cheeks-
to make.
Your cheeks were less destructive.
True.
Yeah. And honestly, I can't make that sacrifice. So, you good?
Right.
You good?
But the dude, he fucking, what was his name? Beat my meat, I yeet was his name. He said, I stopped using Robocop against Jax because black people might start a riot. And we'll see what my response to that was. Thank you, Ada.
You stopped using Robocop against Jax because black people might start a riot. That's why I stopped coming over your mother's house, because I was afraid if you caught me leaving out the back door, you might shoot up your school.
Bruh. I'm weak. I'm weak. You can't say shit like that unless you just can't say shit like that to kids unless you gotta be responsible with your platforming, man.
That dude who peeped your trophy list to see if you beat Elden Ring, he should have checked your Twitch channel and found that clip of you playing Elden Ring and getting clapped by that dragon.
Yo, he would have never. I would have never heard the end of that shit.
He'd have been cool about that one.
Yeah,
Right.
sure, man.
Oh, this dude. Oh, which one of these should I put on? I'm gonna put this one on. This shit was geeking. I'm gonna put this one on first though, cause this was the first time this dude was mad enough to send me. This was the first death threat I received because of this game.
93% bet.
Are those? Do any of those have my?
Yeah,
are
my
any of those
camera-
my clips with the funny titles?
Yeah. Hold up. Let me fucking
down.
Get the fuck out of here with your shitty ass connection, bitch. You were fucking dead years ago, you fucking clown.
How did
Get
I
the
beat you, you
fuck outta
fucking
here, you fucking
dumbass?
bitch,
Why
before
don't
I
you fix
track
your
you
connection,
and
dog?
fucking kill
You
you
need to
in
call
this game, you
Comcast and get that
fucking
shit
bitch.
figured out, you
Don't
fucking
ever
scrub.
fucking talk shit to
Plays
me.
another
I
fucking
will
character
fucking
too,
kill
you
you
fucking
and
bum
your
ass
fucking
bitch.
family in this game, bitch.
You won't kill
I will
shit.
fuck your
Only thing
mom
you're gonna
and
kill
make
is your
you watch,
fucking
you
sperm
fucking
cells when you drink
bitch.
another fucking
Don't ever
2 liter
talk
Mountain
shit to
Dew to
me,
yourself, you
motherfucker.
diabetic bitch.
Let me
Shut
track
your
you right
fucking
now,
dumb ass up. Trade this game in.
You're
Why
dead.
don't you fucking play Lego Batman, you fucking
I'm
bozo?
weak.
That might be
You
more your
fuck-
speed, you fucking clown.
You
Fix your fucking
nigga,
connection.
I was out of
You
pocket
fucking
with that one.
Comcast lineman. Don't
You
complain to me
can't.
about that goofy shit.
I hope you go. The
Fuck is
only thing you killing is fucking sperm cells.
Yo, I was out of pocket with that one. This dude is mad as shit too.
And I still beat your ass. And I still beat your ass, dummy. Hold that L. Hold that fucking L. Stay quiet next time after you lose, you dumb bitch. You're the bitch. You lost. Eat a dick. Hold that L. How am I whining? You lost, you dummy. Fuck is wrong with you? You look like a fucking idiot.
Bruh.
Nah, I'm happy. You're upset because you lost, you dumb bitch. Hold that L. Next opponent. Next opponent, bro. Next opponent, bro. Next opponent, bro. Learn how to play the game. If I only press 2
It
buttons, you should learn
amazes
how to
me,
defend
like,
against that shit,
that
you dumb
game and
bitch.
always
Why don't you
brings
learn how
this
to
out
play
in
the game? Maybe
people.
then you'll win. Maybe then you'll win instead of holding L's all day. Your arms don't get tired holding all them L's? Your arms don't get tired after holding all them L's, bro? That's a lot of L's, dude. That's a lot of L's for only 2 buttons. What's good? You want the friendly rematch or no? You want the friendly rematch or no? Or you wanted to complain all night? That's what the fuck I...
Yeah, this is what I do to people. I be hurting feelings on this game. Let me find some more goofy. Oh, this shit was funny too. But hold on, let me see if I can find something else even funny. Here's a clip you made. The clip of the me fucking my cheeks destroying the chair that I had before this one. You just see me fall the fuck back.
Bruh.
Oh man. Where's another fucking funny ass?
You got any clips of that Secret to War guy?
Oh, I'm ready to do that. Let me see if I can find
That man would be losing.
He was mad.
My man would be in the corner getting absolutely bink bonked
And
up.
talking the most
Still talking
shit.
the most shit. You would think he was winning untouched the way
Yeah,
he
oh,
was
this
talking.
is this is okay. This is one. This is one. The one I just picked is actually one of his clips. So it's after I started. You could see me geeking and shit. That shit's hilarious.
Yo, his name is in the titles of the clips. I'm pretty sure.
Hey man, maybe you'll win if you bought Mash 2 instead of spamming Drag and Drop and spamming Katana fans. Maybe try to get good at the game.
No, I don't want to be good at the game. I want to be what I do. I'm gonna do what I'm
You
gonna
a
do.
bitch.
I'm gonna do what I
Go
want
watch.
to
He's
do.
gonna pick
and
Katana.
And ain't nobody gonna change that.
You a bitch for fucking with these
So you
people,
get
Endless. I
used
just
to it.
want
Here
you
he
to know
comes with the
that.
katana. Oh, you know I'm teabagging this man. You know I'm
I'm
teabagging
gonna
this
keep
man.
on doing. That's who I am. That's what I do. and if you
Why are
don't
you
like
engaging in this white
then
supremacist
won't you cut
culture?
your little PlayStation 4 off and find a hobby?
Yo, immediately picks Katana.
Yeah, the ritual.
You play this game for free and you got school on Monday. I don't want to hear it.
Yo, I'm petty for
Yeah,
that.
you ain't gonna be doing that grabbing in this match. I can promise you that.
I told him, I was like, you play this game for free and you got school in the morning. Fuck out of here.
Bruh, you actually dirty for that one. That one's dirty as fuck, man. You can't be busting the man because he played a game for free.
Oh my goodness.
He played a game for free
like,
and you got school.
I
on
cooked
Monday.
them. I was like, I win tournaments. You play this game for free and you got school on Monday. Oh my goodness. Oh, here we go. This was the clip that came before that. Yo, this dude was a fucking bum.
You a button masher. That's your problem, man. That's your downfall.
All right.
You just pressing buttons because you want to get an advantage.
Okay.
You ain't good enough, man. Hey, you're never gonna be good enough. You know what I'm saying? Huh? Huh? Hey, you're never gonna be good enough.
You listen to him talking shit while he's in the
Yes.
corner getting fucked up.
Yes, you're never gonna be good enough. You ain't gonna be shit out
He
my
know how to-
foot, my face.
You know how to press that button, don't he? Look at him. You know how to look at him. That's all you know. Look at get off me. Get out of here. Stop being stupid. Stop being
Bruh,
stupid.
this nigga laughing as you punching the bitch's skull in the ground. That shit's funny.
Keep moving in. Keep moving in. That's what I want you to. Keep moving in. Keep moving in. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, baby.
Yo, and then I teabag the fuck out of him. Hey, yo.
He was mad about that. He was mad about that.
He was mad about that.
I only died because I ran out of health. If I had more health, this wouldn't even be a match.
Oh, and this is how I cook this dude. This is so for anyone who doesn't know. I've been on the Nazis' radar since before Twitch poll. I mean, obviously, I was out here redacting Nazis in the streets, but like the shit with my stream started very early. Fade Runner was here for this particular moment. This was a funny ass moment. I think this was right after January 6th, but let's check this shit out because this shit was geeking.
Giant fucking lifted Ford F-150 with a snorkel so I could roll coal while I fucking dip skull and listen to Luke Bryan. What kind of car do you drive, Deputy John? Darn mad? I bet you're darn mad. You drive a Nevada? What's a Nevada? Nevada? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I should have known that you were illiterate. You are a conservative after all. You're with me, Ford F-350? Oh, so your penis is even smaller. Damn, dude. You're divorced. Your name is Deputy John. You're twice divorced. You whip a Ford F-350. You probably have a fucking Deer Park bottle full of dip spit sitting in the cup holder right fucking now. Next to a burnt Tom McDonald CD.
Oh, yo, I cooked that man with that, yo.
What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Why you do these to these people? They got one place they can like live their lives, and you just like, nah. You just like, nah. You don't let them. You don't let them.
This dude was mad, LMAO. That sounds like a clip I should probably check out. The divorce court victim.
Bitch.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
you're a fucking
this
clown.
dude got mad as fuck.
Yeah, keep running, bitch. Yeah, you're a fucking clown.
Look at hold up. Just so everybody sees that. You see whose name that is in the corner talking about teabag him. Petty ass Fade Runner.
Yeah, keep running, bitch.
Bruh.
Yeah, you're a fucking clown. Yeah, but you fucking clown. Wow. Wow, buddy. Wow.
Here come the bags.
Yeah, keep running, my guy. Keep running.
You like jazz? Do you like jazz?
Keep running, puss. Keep running, puss.
You don't like jazz?
Learn to string, eh? Learn to run a string.
Why would I when I can just win doing that?
You can't do shit, buddy.
I can
You're
win.
too much of a
I just
bitch.
won.
You get all the girls to pay on your dates. You get all the girls to pay on your dates for sure, man.
Nah, I don't. But I get wins against people
Yeah,
like you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Don't be shy about it. Don't be shy about it, my guy. Don't be shy. It's okay,
What
man.
the fuck
It's
is this
endearing,
insult?
truly.
You get all the
It is
girls
what
to
it
pay
is.
on your
Good
dates.
game. That dude was mad.
You get all the girls to pay on your dates.
You get all the girl.
I'm like, sir, that's not an insult. That is a skill.
You suck. Go on dates, nigga. Like,
Right. Oh.
these motherfuckers sitting up here making nemesis with a dude who beat them in a video game.
Right. Oh, this Fade Runner made this clip of me mercying this dude, feeling myself and holding the L. You're entitled to Endless Clowns himself. Oh, petty. This was a. I'm just gonna put this on because this was a serious PP man moment. This shit was crazy right here. Beat me so hard they compliment me, and so that was like the dude. It's like he told me I sounded like I have a throat pretty far down my dick, and I'm like, bro, I beat you so bad you can't even speak English anymore. Like, come on now. But this was a crazy double kill when I used to just play with Kuma.
Oh, on my left. In the room with the spider or something.
I'm gonna head to bed. I'll see y'all boys later.
Alright, I'll holler at you.
Yeah, I was like not in close range, dude.
Oh, yes.
Have a good night, yo. I think this shit might have been funny too. We'll see.
Roosh V, and you might want to take your fucking.
This was Caucasian MGTOW. This is when I cooked Caucasian MGTOW, yo.
We talk about him so much.
So
I didn't know
much.
there was a clip.
There's a clip, yo.
You might want to take your fucking your Roosh V and your fucking Milo Yiannopoulos blogs, print them out, get your fucking registered libertarian card, right? Get your MAGA hat, fucking put all that stuff in the MAGA hat.
Caucasian
you feel me?
MGTOW.
Get your fucking aqua velvet, you know what I'm saying? Get a splash of that on there. Get some Preparation H, slather that shit in Preparation H, and shove it right up your ass. It might soothe all of that butt hurt with society. Then while you're doing that, while you're sitting there and you're waiting for the Preparation H to kick in to heal some of that fucking anal burn, you could just get some fucking bleach, right? Get some bleach because, you know, it's COVID. You want to be safe. Get that bleach, get it in your mouth, gargle with it, right? Then get some ammonia. Get some ammonia, mix that in there. Gargle with it, swish it around real good because your breath probably smells like a fucking landfill too, right? Go ahead and crunch that down with some Rice Krispies and some milk. Let's continue.
Oh my god, that shit was fucking crazy.
Caucasian MGTOW.
Baltimore protests. Who clipped? Oh, Mad Hatter clipped this. I'm just curious. I just want to see what this clip is even of.
That fucking theater of war that they have set up in our city. If not for a very, very few circumstances, I could just as easily have been one of those black youths getting fucking black bagged tonight. Getting disappeared. This place is a meat grinder for black youth. And no one ever talks about it. And the fact that our protests is ostensibly the most peaceful one, that should fucking tell you something. I don't know.
Damn. I don't know exactly what I was talking about, but that shit was wild. Alright, I think I'm gonna fucking call it on that one. Thank you, Alicia. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad that tonight was as good as I wanted it to be. That it lived up to the standard of what I want my content to be. And yeah, I would appreciate you. It'd be awesome if you stick around, but you know, if you don't, you find other streams to watch or other life stuff happens, I'll be here when you get back. But thanks to everyone for supporting me and watching. I appreciate all y'all. I'm Endless Cemetery. I'm a black anarchist from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm an anarcho-communist with anarchic tendencies. I talk about police abolition. I'm anti-war, anti-police, anti-prison industrial complex, all that shit. And I'm also really fucking good at video games, if you couldn't tell. So I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I also sometimes, on those same days, stream at 11 a.m., sometimes a little later, but I've been trying to do more AM streams because I know that people can catch those more often. But we're mutuals on Twitter. Nice. So you understand how fucking insane and unhinged I get on Twitter. That's cool. I'm glad that you're still here despite that. But, yeah, we're going to send y'all on over to...
You do a little much on Twitter, you know? You'd be making me uncomfortable, you know?
The Beer Jesus. Thanks for coming through, my dude. I appreciate you, too. We got a link
Beer
soon.
Jesus.
Beer Jesus. But we're going to raid Jason Society. I'm going to add Beer Jesus to my fucking chat arena, too, so I can always... Yo, Hundus. Thank you for the follow. Alright, I'll catch you guys Friday. See you then. You're confirmed for 6. Nice. Peace out, Cagnadian. Peace out, Alicia. Peace out, everyone. I'll catch you guys Friday night. Peace, Big Richie Lizzie. Benny Blanco from NYC came on your channel the day before the leaks. We now have footage of gameplay from 6 and don't think it's coincidental how Rockstar Games is based in NYC, trying to be the metal radio, so I think it's safe to say I used to me. Hey, let's fucking go, Beer Jesus. Hell yes. Hell yeah. But, fuck yeah.